Hello, everybody. A little bit late. I got caught up in everything that you got to do in a day. I started mowing the lawn at 1 p.m. And what I knew is it was 2:30, and I had a few other things to do. So I had to catch up in order to do everything I have to do. So nice to be here. I was talking with the next door neighbor also. They got robbed. The new neighbors got robbed a couple of days ago. The ones that bought the little house next to this building. And we were talking because I was mentioning that we're locking the fence now here on the. I bought a lock, and we locked the fence now because I've a couple of times in the middle of the night while I was checking out on Paul the cat that went out, I saw some weird men in the backyard. So now it's the number one rule. We lock the gate to make sure nobody gets in the backyard. So, and next door neighbors thinking about putting up a fence. So that's so all of that. Then I had to go and get my beer for the live show. So all of that together made it very tight. Takes a long time, and there's a lot of grass here. It takes a good hour and a half to mow the lawn here. It's pretty big duty. Yeah, if only they were stringing antennas, that wouldn't be too much. That would be weird, but good weird. So, hey, everybody, welcome aboard. This is the live show, the Saturday live show where we talk about radio. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and we are here to have fun with radios and have a good time. And hopefully, it's going to be a fun show again. We are. No, I just lost my train of thought. Anyways, so my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we're here to have fun. Also, we have a beautiful chat room that you can join with wonderful people. If it is something that you'd like to do and join everybody, say hello. They're really great people. And we, of course, have a Facebook group when this is over. During the week, people share what they're listening to and radios they use and all sorts of comments. And it's a fun place to be for radio geeks. And it's a lot of fun. So several places where we can always hang together at some point in time and have the live shows on the Saturday show on at 20 hours UTC. So welcome aboard, everybody. Here in Montreal, it's actually a nice day today. It's around 80-ish Fahrenheit, and it's rather dry, so it's like, comfortable. It's hot, but comfortable. And it's really what I would describe as a perfect, beautiful summer day. But we're going to have some real hot weather coming this week. Supposed to have a heat wave. We're going to have temperatures rising. With the heat index, we're going to go above 100 Fahrenheit this week. So it's going to be another hot week before it drops down again by Friday. So kind of up and down between little heat waves and a couple of days of good weather. So today, because of it was cooler than the other days and there was no humidity, I thought, well, today's the day to mow the lawn, because starting tomorrow is going to be hotter and it's going to be too hot to mow the lawn. So I thought, okay, we're going to do that today. And that's what I did before took part of my afternoon for that. So welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have everybody here, and hope that everyone is having a good time. And we are going to continue. It's funny because as I breathe in, it smells like grass. I'm still into that grass kind of smell that's stuck in my nose. So cheers, everybody. I got my beer. And we're going to start this live show. So, of course, we're going to tune around the bands today like we usually do. We're going to chase pirates. We're going to try our usual number stations that we try all the time. So let me open up all of the pages that I like to use. And first one is EIBI Space, which hasn't been updated since June 17th now. There should be an update coming soon. HF Underground for the Pirates. Priam for the number station. And let's open up an email to see if we have people that have joined us on the email. Sometimes I don't check, and someone just says hello, and we missed him. And since I like to say hi on the air to everybody, it's always I find it sad when I miss out on somebody. So let me check that. And I want to thank Chase Gilbert for a donation. I want to thank Stuart Madison for donations. Eugene for donations. Blagadai and Brian Leisner, thank you all for your donations. Much appreciated. And it's nice to have these donations come through. Like I said, they are very important. They do help a lot. And I want to thank you. So you can do a little donation either here through the super chat, and you can also do it and do the roast the chicken fund today. I'm probably going to have some rotisserie chicken. So today will be the chicken fund and cat treats. And you'll be actually feeding Paul the cat, because when I have chicken, Paul the cat always wants to have some. So it's Paul the cat and me that will be sharing the chicken fund. So the PayPal for those that want to try and send us something on PayPal is here. And I want to thank everybody for the donations. And I want to thank also, I want to say that it's not important the amount that you give. Any amount helps. So don't be shy. It's always appreciated. So, Gabriel, nice to have you here from CX32SWL from Uruguay. Always nice to have you on board. And we have Craig, nice to have you here from Ontario. We have Free to Choose. Nice to have you on board. Bienvenue, j'espère que tu vas bien. So, yeah, when I posted I posted at the beginning of the chat, I could be, 5 minutes late for the show. And I noticed that I did a typo and I put 5 minutes late for the snow. In July, I don't think so. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado. Paul Stringer, V3105SWL. It's really nice to have you from St. Catharines, Ontario. Hope you are going well, my friend. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. MPR TVG, WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. And, well, have a good time with the wrestling. Paul Stringer says, got some great news. I've got the result from my third biopsy and no sign of cancer, so I'm celebrating with a beer. Cool. I'm taking my beer. Cheers, my friend Paul. I know you've been through a lot, so it's nice to have the good news there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Blogger Die, nice to have you here from Middle Virginia, waiting for the next bout of hot weather. Maybe dig out the PL 990 today. I had fun this week. I actually dished out and had a lot of fun playing around with this radio that I had not taken out in a long time, the H501X. Nice big beefy radio. And I found it fun to play with it this week. It's sometimes, kind of rediscovering a radio you haven't used in a couple of months feels kind of fun. Like if it almost feels like you got a brand new radio. So it's really a lot of fun. ZY3WR, nice to have you here. So Radio Taiwan International did another test, and it was strange. 11995 was weaker, 15145 better. They didn't do the third frequency. Maybe those two are the final. Yeah, I would guess so. If they didn't do another one, I think they probably would choose or will choose between one of those two when time comes. So, what else do we have? RGDA Dakota, nice to have you here from cloudy, cool, rainy day. WA0113SWL. And yeah, sorry to hear that, Bobby. VA3JPX, nice to have you here from Ottawa. We have Brian Leesner from Philadelphia. We have Ricky. Salut, ça va bien? Nice to have you here from sunny Calgary. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. And ask a question. Have you ever had to give an Amazon driver an OTP when you ordered something big on Amazon? You mean like giving a tip? When I ordered big stuff, I usually ask to help bring the package up here, and I will usually give them something like a big screen TV. If when I ordered my big screen TV in the living room, 65-inch, I asked him to help me bring it up, and I gave him a tip. Same with the air conditioning. When I ordered my air conditioning, pretty heavy stuff. I asked him to help me bring it up, and I gave him $20. It was pretty heavy. So when it's something big that you will need help to like maybe bring in, or like here I'm on the third floor, so it's like always a little complicated when there's some big packages. Yeah, I'll often give them something. Well, if they have to help me, I will, but if I understand your question correctly. Oh, one-time password. Okay, now I just woken up. I guess that lawnmower. I've never had to give a code or anything for a delivery. You give a code. I gave a code when I'm returning stuff here in the garage at the corner of the street. That's where I can drop off Amazon packages, and they will ask me for a code. Sometimes they just want a QR, but sometimes they will have a code sent to my phone and will ask for that code, and it completes the cycle. But to get a package, get something at home, I've never had to give a driver anything. Never. Scatology. So I ordered the phone yesterday. I'm getting it today, but I'm worried the driver is just going to not give me my phone and something is going to go wrong. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. Because I know that when you order a thing like a phone, it is, there's all sorts of rules. Like when I got my Galaxy S26, they forgot to put the apartment number on the package. So that package had been sent by, what was it? I think it was, no, it was Purolator here. And when I got I called and I said, well, I would just want to add the apartment. And it was impossible to add. I had to call my my phone company. I had to call my carrier because the only people that could make a change on the address was the company itself. So because of the phone and the price of the phone. But your story is a little weird that you had to give your code. That is a weird story, I'll say. I hope you get your phone. Old Radio says no new radios this week. Yeah, and I don't understand why you should give anything the one-time code there. I really don't. Brett Woolley, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Kevin, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Just got in from a day at Anna Marie Island. Bridge was shut down, so I had to drive through Tampa. M. Frayne, nice to have you here. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke. Timothy Gunter, it's about 80 in Montreal right now. We had a couple of hot days, but it wasn't too hot of a week. It wasn't that bad this week. But the week ahead is going to be a really warm one. Timothy is in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Brian Leesner have to string a new coax out back, damaged by the lawn guy. It's a pain, but he paid for a new cable. SWL Dan, nice to have you here from Iowa. NER 76, nice to have you here from Germany. I'm Frayne Martin from Ireland. EI4 JGB, nice to have you here. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Chris G, nice to have you here. Skidology, CB has been coming in pretty good this past week. Yeah, there's a little bit of activity on Channel 6, Super Bowl Channel 6, 27025. Ricky, 28 Celsius, 82 in Calgary right now, and a little windy. Not too bad outside, out of the sun, with a fan pointed at me. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. 86, I'm ready for fall. I'm ready for fall too. I like the when it's cooler, and I also like the fact that propagation at that time is unique. It's kind of fun to. And lately, we've been having. We can almost add September as a summer month now, totally, because lately in the past years, September has been almost as hot as July and August most of the time. So we are almost at, we can add a third hot month for summer, or a fourth with June. June is usually not bad. So what else do we have? Keegan DXer just hit 91 degrees. Brian Leisler says 77 in Philadelphia, but no sun. What else do we have? Chris says been a hot all week in London and next week too. Yeah, I saw that I saw that in France they're back in a heat wave, and they have problems with forest fires. Here we are having problems with forest fires, but up north, um, really at the northern part of the province. And so not that far actually from the the big power plants, the power stations there that generates electricity. Um, SWL Dan, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. Gabriel, I saw your donation come through. Thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated through PayPal. It is what keeps me going. I got a scam. I think I'm pretty sure it's a scam email. I got a scam email with somebody saying that there was some copyrighted content that he owned, and that I needed to contact them because they would do a copyright strike on the channel. So I answered in a very professional way with I added at the bottom, official SWL legal team. So who knows? I didn't get an answer back. Ryan Leesner, my Today Weather app just alerted for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding here in Philadelphia. So got to be careful there. Ricky, at least it's dry here. Airport reports 30 and 18% humidity. Yeah, that is dry. That is dry. Lagardai says I had a barbecue chicken pizza yesterday. That sounds good. Mark, nice to have you on board. Special event station VE2 Paul. I should have that special event station for my cat. Scitology, there's also some CBers of a certain race on CB6 that say that word that only that specific race says. But I'm not going much into that. Yeah, well, there's all sorts of things happening on the CB bands. Chris G says, my cat has been enjoying a moist lawn all week to cool down. Tony, nice to have you on board from Rhode Island. Keegan, I finished my rotisserie chicken Thursday. Pizza since Friday. Tabby Tom, nice to have you here. Boiled chicken in unsalted bone broth is best for Paul. Yeah, I know. It's he should technically be eating the just chicken without salt and all that crap that they put on it that makes it taste so good for humans. I don't give him a lot. I give him like a nice chunk, but usually on his own, after he ate that chunk that I gave him, he will just not want anymore. So I don't give him a lot because I know there's a lot of salt in that. It's like ham. He likes ham. a lot. But the problem is, yeah, ham is not that great for a cat, I know. So usually what I do, because he really, really wants it so bad, I'll give him one piece of ham, one little piece. And then it's like, no, it's over. You're not going to get any more. It's not good for you. So, oh, KFC chicken. Yeah. Old radios. I'm at war with KFC. I ordered KFC 3 months ago, and a bucket with like 12 pieces or 10 pieces. They were so small and so dry. It's like I couldn't believe it. I called a restaurant and I told them, look, I want my money back. This is crap. It's this. It's not. You can't even eat that. It was just so crazy. Old radios. My S2200X does it all. It picks up CB channels more clearer than the realistic CB I've been using. RJ Dakota. I usually like to cut my own grass. The mower itself actually helps since it's a self-propelled unit, a new Ego electric unit. Yeah, mine is not self-propelled, but it isn't like electric lawnmower, and it goes really well. It goes really well. It comes with 2 batteries. It takes about a battery and a half to do the whole lawn here. Skippy QRP, nice to have you here from England. Welcome aboard, Brad. M7EJO. Old radios, listening to W2D2 global groups. You know what? I actually came across on my desk. There was like full of stuff and radios. And I came across the WT2 yesterday that was buried under stuff. And I thought, oh, it's been a long time since I've used it. So I put it charged. So it should be fully charged now to use it. Blagadai IMO with an rechargeable battery mower that I have to push. It counts as exercise when my dog asks. Yeah, it does count as exercise, definitely. I'm gonna tell you. Here it takes a good hour and a half. I think I started at around 1 p.m. and it was 2:30 when I actually had done all of the lawn. Russell MP, nice to have you here, Russell, in Burlington, Ontario. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, eschatology. It's kind of weird that what happened to you with that one-time password. I find it very bizarre. Keep us updated on that. Keegan DXer, my late dad's lawnmower was electric with rechargeable batteries. Yeah, those go so well. So well. Yeah, big price. Yeah. You know, there are some, like I said, you know, when I got my phone from Purelator, it was, you know, I know that they have strict rules. And the fact that it's a very expensive item, they might have some special rules for the shipping. So, anyways, let us know how it goes, Skidology. Dennis, nice to have you here from Switzerland. I'm Bobby Burgess. You still have to cut grass. I like cutting grass actually. When it's not too hot, I actually enjoy mowing the lawn. King the Extra, I can't push a mower because of my legs. Takes a lot of energy just to use my walker to a certain distance. Yeah. Brian Leisner, not a total bad day. WWV on 15 only. Yeah, actually, that's what I'm hearing on the ICOM here. I put it on 15 megahertz, and I am hearing WWV. So I haven't checked the propagation conditions. Let me check it out here. What is the K-index right now? So it seems 1.3. That's not too bad. Solar flux is a little low at 107, but I think it's looking good. It's looking good for the number stations, maybe that we'll have in about 20 some minutes from now. So this is going to be interesting to check out. Hopefully better than last week. 54 Cal has Radio Fardo with a jammer. Keegan the Exer says I use my power chair most of the time around the house and on the sidewalk. Blogger Eye says WWV on 15 megahertz is good with 40 feet antenna. Brian Leisner, it's better than last week. I couldn't get even get WRMI. Sounds like something German with music. Mark says, my God, my PL520, it's pretty good. Yep, it's a very, very good radio. I love mine. It's my go-to little portable that I will bring with me everywhere this summer. SWL Dan using is PL880, thinking about getting the H501. I would guess that's what honestly, SWL Dan, if you are to move on to another Texan, if you don't mind having a big radio, I would move to the S2200X instead than the 501. It's more stable in single sideband above 20 megahertz. That's up to you. I mean, the 501X is fun to play with. It's great. Putting a on FM radio, it doesn't show because the FM stations use too much compression. But when you put an SD card with music on it, oh man, those stereo speakers are amazing. They are truly amazing. Miguel, nice to have you on board. Miguel Molina from Barcelona. Nice to have you here. Ricky says in 2020, the delivery person for my phone certainly ignored some rules. They left it outside the main door without even buzzing me. Only found out after getting email saying it was delivered. Wow. That's kind of a crappy service. It's the last two phones I had a problem with the delivery. This time was the apartment number missing. The last time, which was the S22 4 years ago, the guy went to the wrong building. This happens very often here because there's two buildings that look exactly alike that are together where I live. And one, the address finishes by 95. The other one finishes by 85. The plates where the address is aren't that fantastic, and they're not really that big. So it happens often that apartment 6 on the other side, I get stuff from them, and it happens that some stuff that I get, they go and deliver it there. So last time, that's what happened. It was a UPS guy, and he was in the wrong building. The guy refused to give me my phone because I told him you're at the wrong address. Look at the address. You should have been in that building. This is where I live. This is my phone. I know. I ordered a phone, and he just didn't want it at all. I said, come on, I'm going to show you my cards. I'll show you my identity. I have ID. You'll see that it's me. And man, was it difficult. He finally caved in because he looked. I said, look at the address. All right. And he finally realized that he was in the wrong building. But, you know, I mean, the guy was doing his job. I understand that his job was to deliver, and you go out on the sidewalk, and it's like anybody could go out on the sidewalk and say, "Hey, it's for me." So I can't blame him. He just brought it to the wrong address. But for the rest, I mean, you don't want to give it to anybody, which is fine, you know. But I finally got it after he realized that he had the wrong building. Joseph, nice to have you here from an insanely foggy San Francisco Bay Area. I've not seen the sun in 6 days. Wow, that's interesting. Blogger my new Lee Gianni RD239S with W2 repeater and SSB promised for Saturday. So that's cool. Blackwave Radio, nice to have you on board. Says nice radios you got there, bro. Thank you so much. I got an ICOM here. I've got my Yaesu FTDX10 here. This is what you see on the screen. In the back of my chair, you don't see it, but I do have a Kenwood R5000 that I want to plug in and use more, which was my first high-end radio when I was that I purchased in 1990, and it's been worked on. It's been developed all the dots problem that these Kenwoods usually have. So I got it. A friend of mine that's good in electronics fixed it. I also took the time to replace the capacitors and align all the radio to make sure it performs as best as possible. So some cool stuff. Some cool stuff. And let me just get back to where I was. Try to. Okay, so Blogger is hearing a little bit of chatter on CB channel 6. Blackwave Radio is in from the UK. Nice to have you here. And Scatology, I'm glad that Canada has free healthcare. Hopefully that never gets taken away. Yeah. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. Well, it's been cooler today with rain just now. Mark says here to someone on 27025 Super Bowl. Cool. 9915 English. Let's see what's supposed to be on 9915. So English at this time, nothing is on 9915 written on the EIBI space. So I don't know. I don't know what you're getting there in 9915. Here it does say that there's no transmissions right now supposed to be on that frequency. So some new frequency or someone changed frequency. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board from Ontario. Joseph, Paul is a ham operator. Chris G, Paul's the cat's call sign could be VE2PTC, Paul the cat. Yeah. Jim Gordon, have noticed that conditions on shortwave continue to be poor. I tuned to CGTN 17490 at 9, and it was really strong, then quickly faded out to nothing. Pyongyang has been poor too. I know that in the last 24 hours, we did have a little bit of geomagnetic storming. So that could have played a role also. These are going to get better in about a month. When we're going to get through mid-August, that 17490 that you're trying there, that's going to be coming in a lot better. We're going to be getting closer to being in the gray line zone of the propagation. Scatology, like one time in like 2017, I fractured my shoulder thanks to, yeah. Longer than I finished my review of the ZWS 802 plus W3 repeater yesterday. So I'm going to go check that out. I'm going to go check that out. Ryan Leesner's going to make himself a turkey sandwich. SP5 MJB, nice to have you here. Years ago, and you're here with all those great stories, good vibes, radios, and last but not least, Paul the Cat. All the best to you. Nice to have you here from Poland. And it's nice to have you on board. Blogger says, wow, it's raining. We're in a drought. Yeah, apparently a big chunk of the U.S. is in a drought. Here we had almost record June for rain. But since the last week of June, it's not been, we didn't have much rain for the first 10 days of July. Tabby Tom, no salt, safe catch tuna will be good for Paul too. Safe catch has the lowest mercury limit of any brand. So yeah, he likes tuna. He doesn't like salmon for some reason. Ozark Chief, nice to have you on board. And from Northwest Arkansas, my girlfriend who has Norwegian ancestry is coming over to watch a World Cup game. So cool. Crazy. 1 year, my cat got a blade of grass stuck in his nostril. It cost me a fortune of vets to get removed. Expensive grass blade. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Northern Germany. Just jumped in for a beer. Nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Van Leesner fishes bad for cats. It's known to cause urinary blockage in males. Yeah, but I think the fish that is bad for cats that causes that is when you give them like canned tuna that has a lot of salt in the fish. I think that's what's really bad. But a good piece of fish is actually not bad for a cat. Fred Waterer says Jillian enjoys mowing. His directions to my house. Skidology, I hope to give you good news on this situation. Yeah, I hope so. Ryan Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Brian Leesner, I have more annoying noise than usual. WRMI is coming in with a great signal and buzz. Brian Leesner likes is PL520. Brian Leesner, save up a bit more for the S2200X. DH1 AO says conditions not too bad. Have my ears ringing due to WRTC contest. CW for me. Brian says, although I do love the 501X. Yeah, it's just that the 501, if you try to listen to AMs on 10 meters or single sideband on the CB band, it is horrible. It has a very unstable oscillator on the high frequencies. It works fine on the lower shortwave frequencies, but on the CB band and 10 meters, it's just almost unusable. It's not perfect on the S2200X, but the S2200X, at least you can use it. It works. Ryan Leesner S2200X has a very really powerful audio amp. Nice speaker. We'll go with it. ZY3WR, find it. It's a special channel 292 program. Aha, Mystery of Joy broadcast. Okay. David DXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Paul Stringer picked up a weak station on, I heard a tone. I'm thinking it was WWVB. On very, very low frequencies. Were you on 60 kilohertz? because I don't think there's a tone on WWVB. I think there's kind of it's kind of pulses, and they are aligned in a way that a clock can take those pulses and know what time it is. Brian Leesner, the FedEx guy, delivered my laptop on Wednesday. What a miserable attitude. I guess sign for packages are a bother. Yeah. Mr. Tracer, nice to have you here. The what I find a little sad now is in the habit that the Amazon delivery guys have, that now they just never ring the doorbell. So you get a package and you gotta hope that you're next to your phone that's gonna buzz or, do something, because you can see that it was delivered. So it's like, how difficult is it to ring a freaking doorbell? Bedwater says my house is number 4, but it's the first house on my side of the street. Most times I get a delivery. The vehicle blows past my house, stops, and then back up when my neighbor is number 6. Oh, God. And here, what's funny is that the doorbells are arranged in a backward order. So instead of having number 1 on the left and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's the other way around. It's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I get rang up for apartment 1 a million times. I've actually took a big black marker and did a huge 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 under the doorbells, and it's still, they still don't see it. Oh, man. Blagadai, Radio Farda might be on 9915. So I don't know here. That problem is the schedules of EIBI are a little old, so I need to check the schedule from the AO key list. Maybe that would list it. That one is updated every day. Joseph, I've been having pretty bad reception here. I think some Geostorm issues, but mostly RF. Brian Leeser, the first thing I did when I got the new laptop was open it, put in Linux SSD on my old laptop, booted successfully. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board. And what else do we have? What else do we have? Old radio is still in the mood for a G Super Radio. Well, if you can get the first one, a good working first one. Richard Lemke, nice to have you on board. Says short check in thunderstorms here. So now annoying. Nice to have you here. And what else do we have? Scatology, I have and diverse archbase on. Okay. People are in a Linux distro discussion. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. Richard Lamke says lightning around shortwave goes off. Never been hit. Craig Martinetti. Sad to hear that CR7 won't be playing the World Cup Portugal. So Paul Stringer, yeah, 60 kilohertz. That's interesting. Well, where you are closer than me, so it's totally possible that you've got you've heard WWVB, because it must be the signal there where you are must be stronger than it is here in Quebec. So we're going to tune because in 3 minutes time, our first number station is coming through. So 17453. Let's put that on. $17,453. So I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys know the frequency. 17453 CW. 17452 upper sideband. And we're going to see what's out there. What do I have? Email Johnson. I can sometimes receive something on 60 kilohertz. I can receive 77.5 often. Time signal as well. Long wave is fascinating. Yeah, 77.5 is that Germany? I think. Keegan DXer, I feel the same way about grocery delivery show. Only time I hear a knock for a pizza delivery, at least. Brian Lee's there. Okay. Ricky says, for those who haven't heard, yep, the Rogers abruptly closing a lot of AM stations. CFFR 660 and which is a new station. CFAC 960 Sports Stock in Calgary. Programs cut off mid-sentence. Transmission was off by afternoon. So some of my friends were laid off. This is really a sad situation. And there are other stations also that were shut down. So one in Nova Scotia and quite a few. It's really sad. And a lot of them AM stations. The AM band is going to get real quiet in Canada soon. Target says, I can hear something weak on 9915 pop music, but I can get language. So, no, I never got Mystery of Joy. Brian Lee's there. Take out the screws on the laptop and rip out the bottom cover. English and Dutch. So Y3WR says. So, very, 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 very faint. I do detect that it's there, but it's very, very faint. If I didn't know that there's something there, I would not even realize that there's a signal there. Joseph, man, 17452 is blowing out with RF over here. Big noise problem here recently, yeah. That's the big problem we're having as time goes by. That we're definitely getting more and more noise as time goes by, and it's really, really wrecking our hobby terribly. So I hear it very weak, but it's really, really down in the noise. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here. From Florida, no storms near me. Last 2 days, finally. Cool. Canadian Perry Shortwave, nice to have you here. Brian Leisner, I've really been enjoying the AirSpy HF Plus. Kirby Animator, nice to have you here. $54 Kelvin 12 making it, but faint. Yeah, it's very weak. I can definitely make it out in the noise, but it's very weak here. Richard Lemke, sunny now, storms went quickly. Perry says it's weak here, but I'm hearing it in Sherbrooke. So, Michael, what kind of lawnmower do you use? It's an electric lawnmower that I have, Michael. By electric, I mean rechargeable. Got 2 batteries with it. And with the size of the lawn to mow here, takes 1 battery and a half roughly to make the whole lawn. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas. Brian Leisner, I like the M-Lite 880, but novelty wore off and I'm back to my normal self. Some people are really obsessed with the M-Lite. Yeah, when I talked about it a few times on my channel, I mean, people are going nuts if I say something bad about the 880. And I'm sorry, but there are things that aren't great on the 880. And here I'm in the perfect conditions to have those problems come out. But I'll give it what I have to give it in one part, one aspect. Its noise reduction feature is the best of all the radios I've seen. Frank says 17453 loud and clear in Ireland. Ricky says no entries for 9915 on the HFCC database. Updated July 9th. So, that way 3WR says 1 hour program at 9915. Emil Johnson is minus 100 dB acceptable noise floor. It tends to average around. It's kind of difficult to take it with numbers because depending on the settings, depending on the settings, that number doesn't always mean the same thing. It's best to compare, weak signals and see, can you get a weak signal that, would be very difficult normally, and hear it. Old radios, I have to deal with a mower that sometimes dies going over my lawn, and I have to restart it like 3 times every time he mows the lawn. Chris, are you going to join the radio contest this weekend? What radio contest? DJ Craze, nice to have you here. NH Homestead, nice to have you on board. Keep up the great work. Really enjoy watching this channel. Thank you so much. And you're just a little bit south of me in New Hampshire. Nice to have you on board. DJ Craze, nope. UVB 76, the buzzer is not gone at all. It's there. Just go on a Kiwi SDR in Europe and you'll hear it. It is there. It's not gone at all. I don't know why. I've heard a few people say that, and nope. I've gone on the Kiwi SDRs, and I've heard it really well on most of them. So I can even probably have you guys hear it now. Let's go to a Kiwi SDR. Kiwi SDR. A map. Go to a. No, there's a couple of places where the So I'm going to try that one in Lapland, Finland. Let's see where this one's going to bring us. There you go. So that's from a Finnish Kiwi SDR in Lapland. So you could see that it had a pretty good signal there. Had a pretty good signal there. Brian Lisner got nothing on 17453. ZY3 will MLI help for 17453. Well, first you have to hear it. If you don't hear it, it's not gonna make it come out into noise. But you got to hear it, and once you hear it, the noise reduction will help you get that signal off of the noise if it's at a certain level. If it's very weak, it will not work. I noticed that although it is a good noise reduction, when a signal is very weak, it is of no use. Chris, the WRTC and IARU contests on this weekend in Europe. Oh. So what else do we have? Understanding truth. If I could only buy one portable shortwave radio, which one do I pick? PL880, 990, SCF 2010, S2000, FPL 680. One thing for sure, you stay away of the S20, the S2000. You stay far away from that piece of crap for the price that it's sold. I know some of you have it and like it, but it has so many flaws that it's not worth the price. The PL680 is great. If you get a decent price for a working ICF 2010, but remember that that's an old radio. I would get a S2200X personally. The S2200X would be a good choice. PL880 is great. PL990 is great. But I would go for a S2200X personally and forget all the rest. It's an upgraded version of S2000. You're going to find that they look alike because they use the same casing, but the S2200X is a really good upgrade to the S2000. Skidology, good news. I got the phone and there was no issues. So pretty cool. Happy to know that you got your phone. Now the stress is gone, Skidology. Brian Leisner says, I did the code DDRM in 7205 with a Kiwi SDR. Cool. Fredwater, the buzzer sounded like a master salute on the Welland Canal. Yeah, around 03 UT, Brian has been hearing a DRM transmission on 7205. Well, the way noise reduction works at Y3WR is that noise reduction, when the signal is at a certain level, so that it can easily, discern what is the signal and what's the noise, it works very, very, very well. Very, very, very well. But all noise reductions have a threshold where they don't work very well anymore. So the weaker the signal, you'll have a good signal up to a certain point, And then when you go past that threshold, when it's too weak, then it's going to be just unusable. The noise reduction won't be able to make the difference between what you're trying to listen to and the noise in the background. Brian Leesner was BBC content, if I recall correctly. Joseph says, apparently the S2200X made an appearance in Robert De Niro's Netflix series. Someone out there has some good taste in radios. Oh, really? That's kind of interesting. Jim Gordon, was the beer tonight? The usual. It's a Labatt Blue Dry. It's 8.1%. So, unfortunately, off-license beer is more expensive in Scotland due to local tax. To discourage alcoholism is cheaper in England. Yeah, but I'm okay with that. Here we do have rules like that. We have taxes on alcohol, very high taxes on alcohol here in Quebec, and a lot of it is to first try to reduce alcoholism, but also because people that drink tend to have more health problems when they get older. Part of the tax is to pay the healthcare system for your future hospital bills. So there's a mix of all of that. There was a post that I saw. There's a website that is like something like CanadianBeer.com, or I don't know, something like that. And it's all the beer companies stating that taxes are too high and that they should lower the tax. And I'm like, nope. Alcohol is not something you absolutely have to do and to drink or use. So I'm okay with that. Things like that, I'm absolutely fine with it. That they put higher taxes. You don't have to drink. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. And says, no one talks radio here. I'm lonely. Brian, okay. So anything else? What else do we have? So yeah, that's what he's saying here. The Brian Leesner recently around 03 UTC. The Karen Blast. So the next, the Wind, nice to have you on board. And by the way, if you like what I do, don't forget, you can do a little donation through the Super Chat here. It is much appreciated. It helps me continue. And it has been really, really, you guys have been really great. And tonight you can also help out with the Chicken Fund and cat treats through PayPal. And so I'll have rotisserie chicken as a lunch tonight. So thanks all for your donations. It is much appreciated. It is what keeps this going and makes me happy to be here every week on the channel with the live shows. So next, 16312. Will that one come in? 16312 is the next number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So 16312 CW, 16311 upper sideband. This is where we are. So Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. The Wind from New York, Seneca County, New York. Bread Wooly, beer is a food group. Radical Squadron, nice to have you here. For those who clearly remember the series Emergency Randolph, man to passed away at 80. Brian Leesner, beer is liquid bread. DH1AO in Bavaria, beer is officially considered food. Jim Gordon, what was a comedy film where the US and Canada go to war after someone insults Canadian beer at a hockey game? Alan Alda was the president. Um, oh, it's called Canadian Bacon. It's a political satire film, Canadian Bacon. There's a famous scene where a bar fight breaks out after an American character insults Canadian beer. It's directed by Michael Moore. So Canadian Bacon. V83JPX, is Barbie Barn still around? If there is still one, it is on the West Island. Let me just check it out here, because the one downtown closed down several years ago. So Barbie Barn. No, even the West Island location shut its door in March 2024. So there's no more Barbie Barn in Montreal, from what I see. It is gone. Free to choose Radio Exterior de España on 15500. I'm going to go check that out. Friendlies, the ancient Egyptians used beer to preserve grain. There's actually nutritional value in beer. Fred Waterer, the Niagara River and Canadian Bacon was actually a creek here in St. Catharines. Too dangerous to film on the real one. The creek is a kilometer from my house. Did you ever see the movie Strange Brew? No, I haven't. NH Homestead, I love the Barbie Barn as well as the Peel Pub. Great poutine served. Yeah, man, the Peel Pub, that was my place to go when I was in college with all my college friends. Once again, just like the other frequency, I can just about make out that the signal's there, but I can't really make out the signal. It's definitely in the down in the noise. It's definitely down in the noise on that frequency also. Yeah, Peel Pub. I remember the Peel Pub. They're actually, I think they reopened a Peel Pub. There was because they closed down the Peel Pub. I think it was last year, and I read somewhere that the Peel Pub, somebody had purchased the Peel Pub and was reopening it as a Peel Pub. I think it's back up and running. The H1AO, for a German, it's funny when US people complain about non-USA beer. Yeah, Bobby Burgess, my local karaoke bar that I was going to regularly, right here, very close to where I live, has shut down after 27 years this week, which is sad. Joe, nice to have you on board from South Jersey. As to Brian Stone's got spotlight. Okay. BR 549, I don't drink, but the more beer my wife drinks, the better I look. Yeah, that's why they have beer goggles. Oh yeah, yeah. When I was a in college with my friends, what we would do is we'd all chip in and buy the big pitchers of beer so that we'd share the pictures of beer. And one of the things that was cool is they had um, these games where it was where you would they would have a big screen everywhere, and there was trivia, and you would have every hour there would be a game. I think it's every hour, every half hour there was a game of trivia going on, and so you had these wireless consoles that you bring to your table, and the winner, the one that the one in the Peel Pub that had the highest score was given a free pitcher of beer. So, you know, me and my friends were all in, you know, applied sciences and all of these fancy, science things. So, we were pretty good in general. So we would work out that we would go there and the food was cheap. So we'd eat for cheap. We'd buy our first pitcher of beer. Very often, we never had to pay another pitcher of beer the rest of the night because we would win at least one or two with that trivia game. And every night we would go there. Perry says 16312 is better than the last one. Finally, is there nothing but noise? H. Homestead says, show very nice. Montreal is such a great town. Grew up an Expos fan and still follow the Canadians. Yeah, I miss the Expos. It was so much fun to I really enjoyed. Yeah, so it's reopened. I think it's reopened now. They somebody bought it, which is I mean that thing is it's one of those places that exists for like I don't know how many years, but the Peel Pub is famous. NH Homestead is hearing let's CW on 16312. Cool. Ricky says the one time I visited Prague about 10 years ago, beer was cheaper than water. Wow. Wow. That's something. NH Homestead, yeah, they had quite a bit of trivia when I was there last. Good people, great location too. Yeah, that was fun. I liked that, the trivia stuff, and it was just so cool. So cool. So Dwight 3WR says Voice of America in Chinese at 11590 is very strong. So, and there's CNR1 on the same frequency. It's probably there to jam the Voice of America. Oh, so we have Ricky here that has the article that says Peel Pub set to reopen with new UK team aiming to revive downtown staple. So, yeah, cool. Reopened on St. Patrick's Day. That's cool. That's cool. Usually, when I used to go out with friends, what I would do, Brian, is I would have a beer and then I would have a glass of water and alternate a beer and a glass of water to kind of dilute all of it and make sure that I don't have uh, too much of a hangover in the morning. Fred Water, FRTS, used to broadcast random baseball games on 6030. Recall being so excited when they did a game from Montreal. Yep, the American Forces. I remember hearing the baseball games there back in the day. It was kind of cool. Joe and Ferdinand Montreal WNBA games at Bell Center drew a league record crowd, 21,000 last night. Toronto Temple holders, Dallas. Oh, pretty cool. Yeah, Montreal is a great city. I love my city. A lot of people are very kind of poo-poo the city a lot, but I like the city. Always gonna stay in my heart. I can tell you that. This is okay. I'm gonna check for anything else. All right. So ZY3WR says they changed 11.590. Ziyang Yang. Hello there. 54 cal 11690, faint female voice. Maybe Finland, but getting interrupted by the US NAVCOM Puerto Rico in 11688, which has been there forever. I remember when Radio Jordan was on 11690 and that US teletype signal was there back then. It's been there forever. Forever. So 3WR, I wonder what happened to Radio Mali. Did they load the transmitter? It used to be stronger. I don't know if it's just propagation. They could have some issues. I know that in the last month and a half, because things are not going well in Mali, and there's a lot of fighting going on. And apparently, in the last month and a half-ish, there's been a lot of fighting around the transmitter site of Radio Mali and also where China Radio International has its relays. So that is something to watch, because you never know when it can just be removed from the airwaves because of the fighting going on. Joe, I started listening to shortwave in the late 70s. AFRTS is how I got into the hobby. I learned about other stations after that. Jim Gordon, I used to alternate beer and water too. Unfortunately, old age means I'm now up running to the toilet all night. Yeah, that definitely is the case. It's I have a good bladder, but I probably will wake up if I have beer at night. I will probably wake up a couple of times to go to the bathroom. But I have Paul the cat that wakes me up anyways, so So can they change frequency? It all depends on how their structure is and the transmitters and everything. Apparently, some transmitters, it's a hell of a problem to change frequency, because you have not just to have change. You don't just punch in the frequency when you change a transmitter. You have to retune the circuits. You have to retune everything to make sure that it resonates well and works. So it is something that sometimes is out of reach because they don't have either the technical know-how, and so they just stick with whatever the frequency they have and they just stay there. Xiang Yang says, I used to listen to broadcasting program from Voice of America in Mandarin when I was a child 20 years ago. So now I moved here. So yeah, there's a lot of those broadcasts. It's something that you always wonder. And I remember back in the day, um, It's and it's I've always wondered how foreign people what they think of our own broadcast. You know, like what did people around the world think of Radio Canada International, for example? Brian Leisner, yeah, the it's on 11688 actually. It's a radio teletype signal. It's from the U.S. Navy and comes out of Puerto Rico. That signal has been there for I don't know how long. It's been there. It's been there since the 80s. And as long as I can remember, it always been there because every time somebody would choose 11690 or 11685 as their frequency to transmit, it was always annoying because of that teletype signal. But that's the U.S. Navy in Puerto Rico. I'm putting I put it here. It's probably going to come in. If I put it here, USB 11688. There you go. So that's like 24 hours a day. Ricky, apparently there's been more power problems in Cuba in the last couple of days. Things are really not going well. And they're going to get worse now. It's like there's pretty much no more tourists. All the hotels, everything is now, they're all empty. Um, People can't pay with their cards. So, you know, they're not going to go to Cuba. It's really, really um, it's really getting a big problem. I don't know what's going to happen with to Cuba, but definitely things are bad. Fred Water, I listened to a YouTube video of old interval signals. Now they keep suggesting them. There are so many of them. It's cool. Yep. Once you start looking for interval signals, there's a lot on the YouTube. I like to go through and sometimes go check them out. And of course, there's the one of the best place for interval signals when you're searching for specific countries. Intervalsignals.net is one of the great places. I'm just going to put the link here if you guys want to check out interval signals. This is really pretty good, extensive lists of interval signals. DH1AO says RCI was very strong, appreciated in Europe, at least in the 90s and earlier. Now I have no clue. Yeah, well, now RCI is a really kind of non-interesting little podcast on the internet. It's kind of crappy. Sedway3R says, speaking of VOA, there are more English language program on Tuesday and Friday from 01 UTC. So slowly they're kind of ramping up the programming on VOA. I heard that some of the broadcasts from VOA have been turned on again. And I know that they've actually reopened several of their relays to have more broadcasts coming through. So it's kind of slowly coming back. Now, what type of programming is it on the air? That's another story. And if you guys want to try the one last time for the number stations, 15 836 is the next one in a few minutes, 4 minutes exactly. So 15836 CW, I'll put the frequency here. 15836 CW, 15835 upper sideband. Whoops, wrong here. I'm gonna remove output 15836 CW and 15835 USB. There we go. I have a decent receive of WWV on 15 here. I'm hearing the tones and all. So pretty good. ZY3WR says speaking of VOA. Okay. By the way, I want to give you guys a trick on intervalsignals.net. When you go to the countries and you can click to listen to the interval signals, if you click on it and it opens a little window, there's a good chance it's not going to work. So what you do is you right click on the link and you choose save as, and then when you have that file on your computer, you double click on it and then it's going to play. There's some kind of weird glitch on that. So Xiangyang transferred from the Philippines. I wonder if there are going to be more English since they added. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that there's going to be more, and the times and the months ahead. I just heard 2 tones, so maybe it's going to be better on that frequency. Joe, speaking of interval signal stuff, how many of you recall the late Jay Novello in North Carolina? Fellow ham radio guy helped put up old recordings of shortwave, utility, some AM radios, etc., etc. ZY3WR says, so far they're only music. Last time I checked, yeah. Seems like they haven't done anything to really put programming yet. I'm almost wondering if they know what to do. So take care, Bobby Burgess. Have a good time at your wrestling. Finally, is there of a shot at 15836? Rugged Eye, couple of beeps. Yeah, I heard the beeps too. Craig Martinetti, Canadians have to either fly to Miami or Mexico to get to Cuba. And I don't think you want to go to Cuba right now. Most hotels are closed and there isn't any, there isn't much happening now because of the, of all the cuts and everything. It's like, so Joe says more VOA now on shortwave around the clock in Korean. Yeah, they were saying there was like 24 hours now. So that is an increase. Yeah, it's there. It's weak. It's weak, but if I had to choose one frequency that was better, this for me is the better frequency of all 3, even though they aren't very strong. Tristan, I was curious, if you were to build a shortwave station today with modern state-of-the-art components, would you have much of an advantage over the old legacy shortwave station still being run today? Not necessarily. You could probably have more efficient transmission in a newer transmitter. But you still have to count that if you just transmit with 50 kilowatts, you could have an all solid state one, an all solid state just transistorized transmitter, which would be, probably very efficient compared to the old ones. But anybody wanting to go to a very high power, anybody that wants 500 kilowatts, they're still going to be using tubes. There's pretty much nothing that can go that high power without having the good old tubes like the old transmitters did. They would simply be more efficient today, probably, in the way they're designed. But in terms of you getting out there, will you get out there better than an old transmitter? If the old transmitter is maintained very well, your signal is going to be pretty much the same. So, and these transmitters are pretty expensive. So, DJ Craze can hear it. Perry, 15836 is good. ZY3WR, weak, but it's there. Brian Leisner, I can hear 15836 because it's got way less noise. Lagardice, CW on 15835, upper sideband decent. And so it's you know, it's a lot of money to get in there and try to, you know, getting new transmitters. I wonder what's the ordering of new transmitters. I'd be curious to see companies like Continental. What's their how many transmitters do they have to build? You know. So guys, caregiving duties are calling. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we're going to continue on with more shortwave radio, tuning around the band, seeing what's out there, checking out any signals coming out of the shortwave frequencies. Checking out here if anything 12. There was a 20, so that's an hour ago. And more than an hour ago, there was a pirate on 6925 upper sideband. No, that's yesterday. That's yesterday. Sorry, guys. So anyways, I'm going for my little caregiving duties, and I'm back in a few minutes, leaving you with the soothing sounds of static, weak CW, and maybe WWV. And we are back. We are back. Okay, so let's continue. I'm just gonna want to see if I. All right. So we are back in Radioland. Okay. Ricky, example of how well 50 kilowatt can do on HF with good pads antenna or Radio New Zealand Pacific splits their transmit output between two antennas most of the time. So that gangbuster signal of theirs is effectively only 50 kilowatts. Yeah, when it's when you get a good pad and a good frequency, you don't need that much power. In fact, a lot of stations that are on listing 250 or 500 kilowatts today probably don't do it. There's a lot of speculation that like Voice of Turkey and even Radio Romania might be just barely using 100 kilowatts for their transmissions, even though they are advertising higher than that. And at the same time, it actually keeps the transmitters in good order longer because you're not stressing them with very high powers. Brian Niesner on 15836. If you didn't tell me to tune there, I would never have tried. I see nothing on the waterfall. Yep, when it's that weak. Joel's monitor looks like a fireplace. This moved actually. Yeah, the with the noise floor here is very high. My noise floor here is very high, so nope. I don't want to change the RF power on this level. And you could see that I got this noise that's like intermittent. Like right now, it's super quiet. We see the peaks because that's how it should look, like grass. And then suddenly I get poof, this really high noise floor that pops up out in the blue. So what is the other signals there? There's something. Actually, I'm going to use AM. It's WRMI on 15770. Spain is extremely strong. Spain is extremely strong on both 15520 and 15500. So you could see the waves of interference that I'm getting. They pop up, they're there, and then they're suddenly stopped. This is very, very weird. And look at these little peaks now that appeared like that. This is so bizarre. What's that? So 15500, particularly strong for Spain. Matthew says lots of tropo happening on FM here in Saskatchewan today. And there's been a lot of reporting in the last week or two that about FM DXing, where there's a lot of sporadic E-skip happening. DH1AO, yes, tropo is strong here too since last night. Meshkar from the Danish border to Bergen, Norway. Wow. So do I 3WR something on 9155, very weak, possible CNR or Voice of Hope. The H1AO, keep in mind doubling output power is half a S unit. S unit, yep. Lead Y3, yeah, power doesn't mean that much. There's a lot of exaggeration of what people think about. We see it in ham radio operators. Ham radio operators that will pump up that signal, that power output, and they're going to move from 100 to 400 watts. But in reality, from 100 to 400 watts, you won't see that much of a difference in the signal. You really need to pump up a high power to really see that big of a difference. And it's the same for all these shortwave stations. You don't need that much power to actually make it. And the best example of that, I think, is to show that some people, some ham radio operators, like QRP, will run only 5 watts, and they'll actually contact the world on 5 watts. So it's just a question of if the frequency chosen, the time chosen for your target area is good, you don't need that much power. You can, reach any target area with just 50 kilowatts and even less. And you'll still be really, really, strong at the target area. Let's check out if our friends at Turkey are on. So nothing right now. Of course, we miss our Radio Nacional Amazona, which used to be on 11780 at this time. So I have a good signal coming out of Madagascar. $11,610. So that's Madagascar. Something in Chinese on 11910, which is right now 11910. 22, Radio Vatican Radio. That's Vatican Radio to the Far East on 11910 in Mandarin. So that's interesting to see that. Vatican Radio. So yeah, you can be in lower power and still be very strong. And like our friend says, the H1AO, there's not that much difference in changing, your power output. Ricky, random thing. Remember months ago I said my Codascend DX286 was losing power to the clock when I changed batteries? Well, that suddenly corrected itself over the last few weeks. Very weird. That's bizarre. That is kind of weird. I've noticed something on the Texan H501X. My Texan H501X can be a detector of RF signals. That display here will sometimes, the backlight will sometimes turn on and I haven't touched anything. And at first I was like, what the hell is happening? Because I know when you touch the buttons, it will light on, even if the radio's shut down. But I was wondering why it happened sometimes with the radio just there on the shelf. And I noticed that my phone, when it's too close to the H501X, actually triggers the backlight when it's actually probably receiving cell data from the tower or sending data to the tower. So it's kind of the RF around it is actually acting on the backlight of the H501X. Um, what else? BGM X4X, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip. And what is your favorite radio for FM listening? Well, it depends what you mean by FM listening. If you're meaning I want to listen to FM and tune the local stations with a decent signal, a few Texan radios come in mind because they have great audio quality, including the H501X, which also is stereo through the two speakers on each side. If you're talking about the FM listening for more like DXing, my go-to will probably always be the Quotacen DX286. I just love how it copes well with all the strong stations here in Montreal on the FM band. And I like the fact that it is a pretty good DXing little machine on the FM band. And of course, with the RDS feature, it's just great. Ricky says, just scanned through the FM band in Calgary. Nothing extraordinary to report currently. The Dwight 3WR, why not every stations do that? Well, there's there's a lot of engineers and technicians that are still stuck on the good old days of, oh, let's pump up the maximum amount of power. That's the best we can, that's going to work well. And sometimes they just want to give themselves a chance. It might not be a big difference doubling the power, but they're kind of in the they'll think, well, that little something can make a difference between we're going to be heard or not, depending on the frequency we're using. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Blogger Die says, I like the PL990 for FM. I should try it. I should, even the H501X, just out of curiosity. I should try it playing around with for the FM band. ZY3WR, I can hear a few under 7200 before 17 UTC, few English and 2 Russian ham radio. Also recently their ham radio in Arabic 1 used 4625. So, and Farda use power or not? All 3 frequencies are jammed hard. I don't know how much power they put for the radio Farda transmission. I'd have to look at the I'd have to look at the HFCC listings to see how much power is there. Matthew says, I wish I could get Calgary from here. Sad that they took 960 out of the air. Mostly North Dakota and Brandon and stuff around Lloydminster. But that's the closest to Calgary I've gotten. Blogger Die's got SAF RX 6070 really good right now. Let me try it. I'll try it on the icon. It's there, but not super strong. The other night when I was listening to when I tuned around with the H501 and I was listening to Iqaluit Iqaluit Naftex 6070 was coming in stronger than I had heard it in a long time here in Montreal. Yeah, Craig Martinetti, absolutely. Lots of YouTube videos of shortwave interval signals. Oh yeah, big guns. A lot of the Eastern Bloc countries were 250 and often 500 kilowatts. They would just pump the maximum out of the power output that he can do. All right, thank you so much. Nice to have you here, K2ADC in New Jersey. Matthew, very much so. I used to listen to both of those stations. Sometimes I could get 660 at night, 960 all the time. So, Ryan Leesner, FM, San Gian HDR 16. I got to say that I got an HDR 14, and I got to say it's an excellent, excellent DXing machine on FM, for sure. Begin DX besides RDS, the Cronus NDX286 also has PI code mode, which helps me ID stations whose call signs are not shown in the RDS PS mode. Our reception is too weak or unstable at times. Take care, Rick Myers. Have a good time watching baseball. Keegan DX are eating 2 slices of pizza. I'm getting hungry. Blackguard Eyes, was C1919, HRD C919 was the best FM when I tested. So, it's kind of interesting to have all of these radios and the opinions of everybody when they do testing of what they would use. I should probably do a series of videos of let's scan the FM band with different radios and see which ones I like the most and seem to be better. So, it's definitely something that I don't do a lot. So, seems that Turkey tonight forgot their transmitter to be turned on for their English broadcast. And I'm hearing some Chinese-like music, 11760. So I guess might be 11760. China radio, yeah, China radio in Portuguese to Europe, and that is what we're hearing right now on 11. Matthew Farrell, are they good for weak bear stations, or do they have to be really strong signals? And it's decently good even when the signals are rather weak. So yeah, it's in Portuguese, ZY3WR. Ryan Listener, Sanjin HD radios not only have excellent tuners for DX, but you get all the extra digital content from the local stations. Yeah, my HDR 14 is great for that. I noticed right away how good it was on FM and even on medium wave. It definitely is a good little DXing machine. Actually, when I heard my first station via eSkip coming out of Florida in Spanish, it was on the HDR 14 that I got that station. And I got it for there was a sporadic eSkip opening, and that station from Florida came in for about 45 minutes to an hour before it faded out. So, you know what, ZY3WR is there's been a lot of speculation and a lot of talk on China Radio International or CGTN or whatever they want to call it. Many language services have just music, and a lot of people have been wondering, why do you keep transmitting if there's just music? And one of the ideas behind this that Glenn Hauser came up with, all the comments, is that China wants to keep the frequencies. So it's not broadcasting any, programming per se, but by, turning on the transmitter and broadcasting music, it keeps their frequencies alive. And so if they have something they want to put on the air, they already have the frequencies there. So kind of interesting. If we look at pirate stations, yeah, 2156, 6925 upper sideband. Let's check it out. 6925. I'm hearing it. That's the only one that I'm hearing, but it is, there's definitely a pirate on 6925 upper sideband right now. I tried 6950, but nothing, I've heard nothing there. Let me try it again, see. So I'm hearing only 6925 here. Nothing on 6950. Lagardai is hearing 6950. DJ Crazy is hearing both. So kind of activity on pirates are slowly picking up. And it's interesting to see because we're in the summer propagation. We've passed the solstice now, 3 weeks ago. And but slowly, things change. And I was looking today at the time, the sunset, sunrise, and I was noting that we lost about, here in Montreal, we lost about 15 minutes of sunshine on in the daytime. So it's not a lot. It's not that much to see any difference yet, but things will accelerate, and we start. It's kind of interesting to tune the bands like every week, do a band scan, 25 meters, 19 meters, and so on, and check out what you hear, because you'll notice the slow change in propagation. You'll notice where signals that weren't there slowly coming back, like here in Montreal, usually as we get towards the end of July, early August, we'll start hearing China more on the 25, 31 meter band. Those signals that right now are kind of weak or not there are going to start popping up because of the gray line DXing effect. So this is definitely something we notice as summer goes on. I'm still checking out when I'm going to go out with my radios and do a little Perry expedition, Perry Island. I'm looking at. I'm not like really into it right now, because from experience I know that when we're close to the solstice, it's not the best, especially since I spend the afternoon there and come back like early evening. It's like part of the afternoon is not that great. But as we'll move on towards August and we'll move on into fall, I plan to do quite a few of them because I'll know that there's going to be more and more interesting signals are going to make it. And also try to match it with a day where there's no geomagnetic storm or anything, because those days are not always fun to tune around. So DJ Craze using the Q3 HFU Westminster, Maryland Kiwi SDR. W3 HFU, yeah. Brian Leesner, 6925 coming in. I can make out music and see it in the waterfall. 6950, not there. Blackguard Eye, 6925 is super faint. DJ Craze, 6925 is Boombox Radio. And 6950 NID. Playing all Joe Satriani music. So maybe that's the station that calls himself whatever artist. So it's probably going to be Joe Satriani Radio. There's one station that's been in the last few weeks, that in the last few months, that's been playing just a specific artist, and it calls itself whatever artist it's playing. So I wouldn't be surprised that if it's just Joe Satriani, that it's going to be Joe Satriani Radio. Matthew, does anybody know when the new Radioland app is supposed to be releasing? No idea. So TXI WT, what's that? So checking out other things, see what's out there. And check out the 31 meter band, see what's out on the band there. See what I'm hearing, tuning around. So let's try 31 meter band here. Let's go to 9,000. Put myself in upper sideband until we're in the, I haven't tuned the global command frequency. See, look at that. 8992. Eleven 175 also. So some HF Global Command EAM emergency action message. So the Y3WR, that reminds me that a ham radio station at 6250 playing the same Russian song. I don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, well, it's mostly a pirate, more a pirate than anything else. Skidology, sorry I was unable to hear your response from my last comment about a successful delivery. I was too busy setting up my new phone. Oh, happy that you have your phone. AJ Craze, usually the artist-based station does biographic information on the artist group being featured. Ah, okay, this one is not. So maybe not. So maybe not. So some activity on the U.S. Air Force frequencies. 8992, 11175. Like it, I try 8992. DJ Craze's Waterfall Art on 6950. There's some echo, so you can hear that the station is coming from multiple US bases at the same time. Did you say Black Buoy? I heard this is Black Buoy. That's a Labatt Blue Dry VA3 JPX. ZY3WR, that is not a number station. It is a secret coded message by the U.S. Air Force. So these frequencies, 8992, 11175. There's also 15016, I believe. This is the U.S. Air Force, and they are, what you're listening to is what's called EAM, Emergency Action Messages, and they're sent to the military personnel. So, and they are broadcast by several different bases around the world. Yeah, it's foggy because I do have a little thing that I like. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll put a little bit of orange juice at the bottom of the glass and put the beer with it, and I actually like the taste of that particular beer with just an inch of orange juice in the glass. So that's why it's foggy. It's the orange juice. Lagarai 992 much better. I don't like it with all beers, but this particular beer is actually extremely good with a little bit of orange juice in it. BR549, great stuff, guys. I'm learning a lot of useful info on these lives. Gotta run. Take care, my friend. Stay safe. Always nice to have you here. $69.50 Tender Chicken Radio. And they have a lot of messages to send today. I wonder if there's more EAMs, more emergency action messages being sent out with the war with Iran lately than usual. Quick reminder, guys, that if you like what I do, if you like following this, listening to different signals, learning a lot of different new things that you didn't know existed, that you can give a little something through the super chat here, which is much appreciated. And any amount helps. Don't worry, but you guys came through and are helping a lot. And I am extremely, extremely grateful for your donations. And of course, if you don't want me to get all, skin and bones, there's the chicken fund and cat treats through PayPal on the PayPal address that's here. Hope that you can come through a little something. It's much appreciated. And don't forget, any amount helps, guys. And thank you so much for the donations. Yeah, no, I'm not. The one I have is 8.1. 10.1 is a little too harsh. I stick with 8.1. Sometimes I even take 7.1. But 10.1 is a little harsh. So, Paul Stringer, U.S. Air Force or Day SAC transmissions. I'm trying to figure out what's the question, Paul. So anyways, if you tune 8992, 11175, 15016, there's another one down in 6 megahertz that I forgot. And there's 4724. Way down, 4724 is another one. You just tuned and leave your radio there. And from time to time you'll hear these emergency action messages being sent out. Kev Michael got a QFX radio, retro radio. 1 a.m. getting Radio New Zealand on 17675. I should take mine out. I have that QFX that I haven't used in ages, somewhere here. And I mean, it's cheapo radios because they're not even stereo on their it's not stereo because they didn't put a stereo head in it and all, but still kind of cool looking radios. And shortwave was I haven't tuned it in a long time, but shortwave was not that bad actually on the QFX when I was listening to it. Dubrook Tim, thank you so much for the donation. Why does it always rain on your day off? Well, that's called Murphy's Law. It has to happen. It's something, there are patterns sometimes that I find when we look at the weather. I noticed that sometimes some patterns are very weird, or like it's always beautiful on, like, for several weeks in a row, always nice on the weekdays, and then always rainy on the weekends, as if something is controlling that. Oh, there's a lot of activity on those frequencies today. So I hope that it gets better to Rook Tim. I understand how crappy it is when we get bad weather on our days off from work. Keegan DX stop raining. RJ Dakota, Radio New Zealand just beginning to appear on 17675. Here, technically, it shouldn't really be on much. Let me check something here. Yeah. So hearing 8992 and 11175 at the same time. You can also, if you're in the darkness path, if it's night where you are, you can also try 4724. That's another frequency that they should be having the same transmission. Oh, Strategic Air Command. Yeah, it's probably part of the Strategic Air Command, Paul Stringer, absolutely. Like buoy? Yeah, Michael just came home with a Sony CFD-ZW755 stereo. I'm going to test the medium wave tonight. Cool. Look at I returned my QFX R333 Bluetooth because one of the switches was shorted out. I got an almost identical Sunflash RD666 to replace it. USB charging. What I noticed on my QFX, and probably it's going to be worse now, is that they are so cheaply made that after just a few months of use, there are things that start behaving bizarre. Some switches don't really work well. I noticed the last time I used it that I had a hard time just turning it on. They're kind of just too, they're kind of cute to look at, but they're just too crappy cheap. RJ Okoda says that's like when you want to go on a picnic or washing your car. That's when it always seems to rain or storm. Yeah. That's why I always look at, that's why I always look at the weather very, very carefully. I don't want to see any percentage chance of anything rain when I go to Perry Island, especially Perry Island. If thunderstorm shows up at Perry Island, my radios will be safe in their plastic bags, but I'll be soaking wet because there's no place I can go to just, wait the rain out or something. Blogger says radios with FM stereo speakers are uncommon. Oh yeah, we don't see that anymore. What's funny for me is it because stereo tape heads aren't made anymore? Or is it because they just want to save a couple of dollars and not put a stereo head for the cassette deck in the radio? That puzzles me. I mean, come on, if we buy one of those, we want to have it FM. We want to have it stereo when you put a tape in it. I don't know. DH1O, best investment I did was a VNA for $50. Helped so much for optimizing my HF antennas and even for self-made Wi-Fi antennas. King and DX are especially clock radios with stereo speakers. Yeah, I remember that was a thing also back in the day. That was something. It's incredible when you compare the electronics of today and electronics of the past. One thing that amazes me is how, today there's a chip for everything. I mean, look at the silicon integrated chip that is in most radios now that gives you shortwave and all of that. Back in the 80s, a radio that had to do all of that would have had a huge board and would have had all the transistors and parts laid out to do what the chip does because they just didn't exist. This is one of the main reasons why radios were big back in the day, because radios had to have enough space in the circuit board to have all the parts to do the different circuits that today we just have one chip and it does it all. This is pretty crazy. Tim Dacey, nice to have you here from New England. How's Kitty? He's going very, very well. My cat is going very, very well. Blogger, I have a couple of old Sony clock radios with a place to plug in an iPhone to charge and play. Only the connector is obsolete. Yeah, as they did these newer iPhones, and they changed the connector, and then you had You buy that thing because you want to have it, and then what happens? Oh, they change the connector on the new one. So sorry. The H1AO banks of pass band filter, yeah, band pass filters. It's just crazy when you look at all of these radios back in the day, and you look at the circuit board. I'm amazed at the circuit board of these radios. I was looking one day. I opened up to clean the pots, the realistic SW60. I mean, you look at that circuit board and you're like, wow, very few chips, because there were very few chips that did what we wanted to do. Very few chips, just a few. One is a power amplifier for the speaker and things like that. But that's a the rest is all laid out transistor, and resonance circuits, and it's like, wow, this is crazy. Even those old transceivers, you look at a thing like the Yaesu here today. If I compare that to what's inside my Kenwood R5000, my Kenwood R5000 has the chips it has are mostly the chips like, the 7400 series of TTL chips, things like that for the different circuits. But overall, almost everything in the Kenwood R5000 is just laid out in transistors, capacitors, resonance circuits. It's just incredible, and it's stacked double circuit. There's actually two circuit boards because there's too much circuit to put, and so they had to put double stacked circuit boards for the radio to have everything that it does. Today you would have one circuit board. It would have one huge chip that does it all, and a few chips around it and a few parts, and it'd be the same radio, but it could be much smaller. It's just very, very interesting to see the evolution of the electronics today. RT1Q Andy, nice to have you here. Keegan says, I have a realistic brand stereo clock radio made sometime between the 80s and early 90s since 2009. Has separate volume controls for each speaker. So that's kind of cool. The differences in the electronics today and on all of that is totally amazing, and it blows me away to see how. Scott, thank you so much for your donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. So let's see here. Once again, there's a lot of activity on the U.S. Air Force frequencies tonight. I bet you that has something to do with what's happening in Iran. I wouldn't be surprised. Keegan says I also have a Sony CFD 510 CD radio cassette recorder. July 94. My late dad gave me in December 2020. It's pretty cool. I had a couple of boomboxes throughout my through the 80s that were my main radios, listening to music, making the mixtapes that or recording off the FM band, listening to our music, and recording off, wishing that the DJ is gonna shut up so I can record my favorite song playing on the radio. RJ Dakota had an SRF A100 AM stereo radio at time. For as small as it was on medium wave, it had a nice sound to it. There used to be 3 AM stereo stations then, and finally 4. It used all 4 systems. Two Rook 10 Radio Shack should have been saved. They would have been perfect for today's tech market. I think there's a lack of vision. Radio Shack thought that it could change, itself into what, and that was the biggest problem. It changed itself into what all mainstream electronic stores are today. What are they? They are selling you cell phones and big screen TVs and things like that. And, you know, that's pretty much what they want to sell you. And one of the things that they missed is that people that went to Radio Shack, they didn't go there to buy a cell phone. They didn't go there to buy their big screen TV. They went there to buy their, you know, gadgets and all sorts of gadgets. I saw the other day somebody posted in one of the Facebook groups that talks about Radio Shack those surprise boxes that I actually purchased probably 3 or 4 of. And those boxes actually were parts from the repair centers when a device was obsolete and they wouldn't repair them anymore. The parts that they had left would go into those surprise boxes. So you had all sorts of things in that box. You didn't know what you were going to get. It was truly a surprise box. You were paying, I don't know, $10, whatever. I think it were $10 back in the day. And you give $10, you had a box, you didn't have no idea what's in it. You just opened it up and, you know, discovered what's in the box at the same time. And but that's the spirit of Radio Shack. That is the spirit of Radio Shack. Yeah, there is an online Radio Shack. I actually went to look at what's online. They're trying to Robert Fletcher. Nice to have you here. And the online, when I looked through the online stuff that they were selling, they're kind of trying to be what Radio Shack was in the past. They're trying to, you know, focus on that, which is nice. But man, it was how many of you guys spent literally hours in a Radio Shack just looking at everything? I would go in to buy something, but before I take whatever I'm going to buy, I just spend an enormous amount of time looking at all the gadgets, all the stuff, all the electronic parts, all the electronic kits, the radios, and I was just like drool all over before I just pick up what I wanted and pay it at the, you know. And you knew that you had purchased, and that's the funny part. You knew that you had purchased enough at Radio Shack, because remember back in the 80s, they would ask you for your name and your postal address when you would purchase anything. And so you knew that you had purchased a lot in a year when, surprise, surprise, the Radio Shack catalog was in your mailbox. It happened to me maybe twice. And I was like, what? What? I got the catalog? The year that I purchased that DX100, which was my first shortwave radio, and the reason why I am here, that year I had that and a few other things. I think I had a radio controlled tank that I purchased also, which was just amazing. And suddenly, whoa, and in like October or November, open the mailbox, there's a Radio Shack catalog waiting for me. It's like, oh yeah, new catalog is out. It happened to me twice, but for the rest, most of the time I had to go to Radio Shack. I would be particularly annoying, asking the guys there, do you have the new catalog? Is the new catalog in? No, we're waiting for it in the next week or so, blah, blah, blah. And, but that catalog, I had to have that catalog. It was impossible for me not to have the New Year's catalog and see what's in it. Man. Keegan the X really recorded my local top 40 format station K's MCK Power 1057 on tape in 2005. My dad worked at the station originally, K106. Did the paperwork for the tower replacement in 89. Wow. Hey, Kenneth, KW61. Nice to have you on board. And he's from a muggy and partly cloudy 100 Fahrenheit, Tucson, Arizona. Joseph, I would have preferred to live inside the Radio Shack. If the Pizza Hut is next door with arcade, why leave? Why not? Yeah. You got the arcade, you got a Pizza Hut, and you got a Radio Shack. Brian Leesner, it can be the same. Tandy was a special company, had great buyers that went overseas. It was just special. I don't want to be a wet blanket, but that combination can be replicated in 2026. A lot of things have changed, unfortunately, absolutely. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. Man, I purchased quite a lot at Radio Shack back in the day. Those surprise boxes, radios. All in all, at the Radio Shack, I purchased a DX100. And the radios that I purchased there, the DX100. Then I purchased... The next purchase after that would have been... I mean, for a long time, the DX302, which was a Radio Shack radio, I got at a flea market used. So I didn't purchase it directly at the Radio Shack itself. Then I went to the Kenwood R5000. So the other radios I purchased were like in the early 90s when I purchased many scanner radios. The Pro 51, the Pro 43, the Pro 26, which was a crappy radio. The Pro 26, which was advertised as, oh, wow, it goes to 1.3 gigahertz. Yeah, there's nothing there back in the day. And the radios, you know, here, I tell you all the time how the powerful signals overload radios. The Pro 26 was incapable of hearing most signals that my Pro 43 did because it couldn't cope with all the strong signals around Montreal. And I got a Pro 2000. I got a Pro 2022, which I sold to one of my best friends. And I purchased a Pro 2006 that I still have here in front of me. That I find it so sad that I'm not using it. I need to take it out of that desk space and plug it in somewhere and have that working. And fix the backlight display. And the shortwave radios that I purchased there was the ATS, the Radio Shack DX398 was the only portable I've ever purchased at Radio Shack, which is equivalent to the Sangean ATS 909. The other radio I purchased as a portable back in the 90s was that Grundig. What was the Grundig model in the 90s? Small little Grundig. It ended with the number ended with 400. It was a Grundig something 400. And that I purchased at because I was very surprised. The Passport to World Band radio I remember was the Yacht Boy 400. Thank you, guys. Exactly. Grundig Yacht Boy 400. And the downtown Montreal, there was a store that sold basically just, you know, stereos and TVs. And I was very surprised that in their counter near the cash register, there was a Grundig Yacht Boy 400. So I had seen that the the review was pretty good, and so I wanted to have one. And it's funny because the Passport would give you a price. If you remember, guys, Passport would say how much it costs in Canada and the US. So in the Passport, it said $229, I believe, in Canada. And in the store, they were selling it for $259. So I was like, huh, that's $30 higher than what Passport says it should be. So I went to the guy and I kind of bluffed a little and I said, you know, I have a radio book that has prices on radios, and would you, you know, would you sell me the Grendic for $199? And he didn't even choke. He just said, all right. And he took a box and I paid $199. And I started thinking, the maybe I should have gone to $179 or something, because he was like in a hurry. I had the impression that they didn't sell any and that they were just trying to get rid of them. And when I offered $199, I was like, yep, here you go. It's yours. You know, it was almost like, we don't care if you don't make any money on it. We just want to get rid of them. So, you know, I got it for $199, which was $30 less than Passport said, and much lower than the $259 they were selling it for. So I remember that was kind of interesting, and I was anyway surprised that a shop like that had some, you know, any shortwave radios. There is one place downtown Montreal that still has radios, and I went there last year, I believe. There's a place called Layton Audio. They are known for high-end audio equipment. So they probably still exist, but because they're in a niche market where, you know, audiophiles go get their expensive stereos and stuff. And I got in because in the window, when I was looking from the street, they had a Sangean radio. And I was like, huh, okay. They seem to be a Sangean dealer because they had at least 7 or 8 different Sangean models of HD radios, of internet radios, and they had also a couple of shortwave, including the ATS 909X2. So that surprised me a little, but then again, I was like, well, they're probably the dealership, and so they're the guys in Montreal selling Sangean stuff. That was kind of interesting to see that. But they also had a couple of cheap radios, which I didn't buy back then, but I was like, I should go back to that store and buy a couple of the cheap ones that were like Chinese branded that they had in store. They were like $30 each or something like that. You know, I was like, yeah, I should go back and buy a couple of those and see what they're all like. You know, I don't know. King of the Xer, my dad got the Sony CFD 510 stereo while he worked at Pizza Hut. Aha. Michael KHF was working with an old GE radio this week. It had the public low and high bands. Do you know what those bands are? Yeah, these were like, it was like the VHF low, VHF high bands. It's what some radios would put as VHF low, VHF high. So the low is tuning from 30 to 50 megahertz, something like that. And the high band is like 118 to 174. That's what they posted as public bands back in the day. Brian Leesner, look at Burning Apple. He alone is what made Radio Shack special. It's a well-known name. At least it was. Cosmic Lettuce says he used to ask too many questions at the Radio Shack stores. And as a kid, yeah. We were curious guys. Like I died, my first Radio Shack radio was the Shortwave 9, then a DX300, and I think a GX440. Yeah, DX is a DX440. Hey, David in Barcelona. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Brian Neeser, Pro 43 scanner was made in Japan by GRE. Still have mine, and I can tell you that that was the single best portable scanner that Radio Shack ever sold. It's the scanner to own. Still works great today. I use it very often. It always has batteries. It's always ready to run on my case. So it's like, as I see it there, it's up there looking at me saying, please use me. D&DXer, my first Radio Shack radio was a 12795. My late dad got me at Christmas 2000. Later a DX402, my first radio with digital display. Brian Leesner dusted off the Pro 43 still works. Yeah, it should. Yeah, Paul Stringer, it was the Grundig Yacht Boy 400. Brian Leesner back in the day, Pro 43 let you hear cell phones. Yeah, I have the mine is actually, the mod is actually done on it to hear the cell band. And for those that didn't hear the story, it's now part of a legend for me. The Pro 43, it's kind of a legend because it was my first. The year that I purchased it, we can say I essentially took a year off work to just enjoy life, for the simple reason that I remember telling myself, okay, I was about, I don't know, 24 at the time, 25 years old. And I remember telling myself that I have this possibility of having a full year of just doing what I want with enough money to, if I don't go crazy, enough money to pay everything, pay the rent, and have fun. Go to the cinema, go see all sorts of things around. Spending my summer going to festivals and music festivals and stuff. And when I left that job that I had to do my year, one of the things I had saved also for is the Pro 43. I was waiting for it to go on sale, because if you guys remember, anything you wanted at Radio Shack, if you waited, there was always a sale of something. So the Pro 43, which came out very expensive, was like $500 back in the day. It came on sale for something like $3.99 or something like that. And I was like, okay, or $2.99. I think there was a really big sale. And I was like, okay, it's time to buy it. $300, it's time to buy it. So I bought it, and that was in the first few weeks of me enjoying life. And as we went into summer, that Pro 43 was with me all the time. I would listen to everything. I would go to all sorts of places, industrial places with my Pro 43, hearing the little walkie-talkies inside the shops, inside the companies where people were talking to each other. And my biggest surprise of the Pro 43, which I had never thought I would hear something, is the Pro 43 was the only scanner Radio Shack had that actually had the military airband, which is on UHF. And it's actually shared with also the local airport, the local airband. So I started scanning one day as I was at the park and I was having a lot of fun. I had, lunch. It was a beautiful summer day, I remember. And I started thinking, can I hear anything on the UHF military band? Will I hear something? So I let it scan from 225 to 400. And I let it scan, 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 scan. Suddenly, it stops on the conversation on 311 megahertz. And I'm like, what's this? It's AM. It's obviously some aeronautical or some air bands, some communications. And after a few minutes, I understand by what they're talking about. We used to have across the border from the United States here in Plattsburgh, New York, a very big military base. Plattsburgh, New York was literally a city based on the activities of the U.S. Air Force base that was there. And they had military exercises. So I didn't hear what's happening on the ground because it was too far. But when the planes were up in the air, I could hear their communications. And what was cool is I followed those communications for several days in a row because every time they would end, they would say what time and what frequency there would be on the next day. So I remember I followed them like 3 or 4 days in a row with their different frequencies that they were in. And I was like super excited. I was like crazy happy. I was a little kid. And it was like, this is so cool because I bought it with this extra military band thinking I'll never hear anything. And now I'm hearing those planes, which is so cool, doing military exercises. So that was really, really a high. So there were so many things with that radio that were first. We had a local amateur radio group here that sent a weather balloon with a repeater on it. That was so excited. It was in the same year that I had the Pro 43. So I heard that it was going to happen and that it's a Saturday. When it happened that Saturday, turned on the Pro 43, put it on the frequency of the repeater of the balloon, and started hearing the contacts from really far away. The balloon went up to 100,000 feet. And we were hearing contacts from New Brunswick. We were hearing contacts from several of the states across the border, Vermont, New York. I mean, it was incredible. And the funny thing about that is there was a guy that worked for the public transit company here in Montreal. That was a ham radio operator. He was one of those inspectors. So what he would do is he would be in his car and look at, make sure that the buses are on schedule, and he would report all the things that he sees. And by chance, he wasn't very far from where I was. So I took a walk with my Pro 43 back in the day. And at one point, he was telling on another repeater where he was. He said, "Oh, I'm on corner of this street and that street." So I went to the corner and I saw his car, and I went up to him and I said, and I showed my radio, and I said, "I'm a scanner listener and everything." And he was like, he was thrilled. He was one of those, fun hams. He was so happy to see that. And I said, "I heard where you were, so I thought I'd say hi." And he was like very happy that I did. And so that was a highlight too. And the other thing that makes that scanner special, first time I heard satellites, I heard my first weather satellites, my first Russian navigation satellites, my first amateur radio satellites on the Pro 43. That radio has a lot of firsts of what I could hear. I remember there was a satellite called Dove, and when it was put up by amateur radio, It was simple. All it did is at regular intervals key up, and all he would do is say, "This is Dove in space," and it would repeat it like a few times, and then you had a 20-second, 30-second off, and then it would start again. "This is Dove in space," and I remember I was with one of my friends, and he was skeptical of what I could hear, and when I was talking about what I'm hearing on the radio, and I said, "Well, you want to hear something cool? There's an amateur radio satellite called Dove, and before we met up, I had checked if there were passes, and there were 2 passes that afternoon. So I said, I'm going to have you listen to something. This is a satellite that is in space, and at this time, it's going to pass over Montreal, and you're going to hear it." And it came up suddenly. "This is Dove in space," and he was just amazed. But my first listening to satellites was, I didn't know what I was listening to. I was scanning everywhere because I'm the curious guy. I scan everywhere. I want to know. It's impossible. It can't be that this range has nothing in it. I'm never hearing anything, but it's impossible that there's nothing in it. I would scan those ranges all the time. And on 136, 137 megahertz, I had no idea that that was a satellite band. So there are all sorts of satellites broadcasting there, weather satellites and all sorts of other satellites. So I was scanning one day, and I hear this, one of the NOAA weather satellites, but I don't know what it is. It's just a ping, 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 ping signal. And I hear it for 10 or 15 minutes, and I see that it's always like up and down. So it's as if it's moving or something. And after 15, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't hear it anymore. And I'm like, what was that? And then suddenly, I'm still scanning the same band all afternoon. 90 minutes later, the time that the satellite went through its orbit, I hear it again. And I'm like, what's that? And I didn't know until about 6 months later. I purchased a Monitoring Times magazine, and by chance, there was an article on listening to weather satellites and other satellites also on your scanner radio, and that's where I learned that, okay, I heard satellites, but not only that, it pointed to software. I remember back in the day it was DOS. I was on DOS, and there was a program you can download that would track satellites, and that was it. That was an amazing time. That's like the first time that I put this thing on my computer that's telling me, oh, look, these are the satellites. But I needed the 2-line elements to have that, and the only place I could get them was a BBS out in Vancouver that I would actually dial up to, pay the long distance charges to download the 2-line elements, and then add them to the program, so that it always had the latest 2-line elements to have the most precise satellite tracking. And then I could follow the satellites. I could finally do a listing. I had a dot matrix printer, for those who remember what those were. I would just print a few pages of passes of different satellites with their frequencies, and I'd take that with me, and I'd go to a park or go somewhere, have fun in the summer days, or the beautiful days, and I would try every satellite. And I'd heard so many different satellites back in the day, including Cosmos navigation satellites from Russia, which were technically kind of the early GPS. The Cosmos navigation satellites were really like an early GPS system. And those were around 150 megahertz. I wonder if there's any of those still left that still transmit. So I really should be, scanning those ranges again and see what's out there. I saw a TikTok video the other day, and the guy's hearing all sorts of satellites in the 400 megahertz range, and I'm like, whoa, 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 what are these? I want to hear those, and I need to find more information on the satellites and stuff. So and the last but not least of what that Pro 43 holds dear to me is when my mother moved to the old folks home. She wanted to have the one. She asked me if I had a scanner radio I could lend her to listen to the police, Montreal police, but also listen to cell phone and smart and cordless phones. So I had programmed it so it was easy for her to understand how to move from one to the other. And she used it for, you know, the last 4 or 5 years before she passed away, and in 2008. So when she passed away, I took it back, and so it has for me now a very special meaning because it's a scanner where I had tons of firsts of new things I've never heard before. Plus, it was one of those. My mom listened to cell phones and to the police in Montreal. So that's kind of that's a special meaning now for me, and it still works great. One thing that it had done is the rubber keys wouldn't key anymore. They just wouldn't work. So a friend of mine that's good in electronics said, I'm going to fix that. And he put a coating of metal paint on each button. And man, that works great since, and that works perfectly. The H1AO, starting with the SN7000S TTL chips when I was 15 years old and experienced the switch to CMOS technology. I was hooked. My route was set. Worked 35 years in the VLSI field as a computer scientist. Cool. Vegan DX, I got my Grundig S450 DLX from a Radio Shack in Arkansas on August 6, 2012. Apparently, this is the time of day when 40 meters comes alive, and today is not an exception. So as we have, Ricky says, must say I was not that impressed with the Yardboy 400. Liked my Sony 7600 JR a little more. I used it, and there are radios that, like you remember are amazing. And I can't say that I can tag the Grundig Yardboy 400 as amazing. I actually sold it to my uncle that was a TV radio repair guy. And what I didn't like is the Yardboy 400, my Grundig Yardboy 400, the antenna broke fairly quickly after I purchased it. It, according to the passport, it was a good radio. But you know what's the problem with the passport that a lot of people didn't know? They were, if you look at a passport now today, you'll notice that they had ads for Grundig everywhere. And there's a kind of some people are saying that they were overrating the Grundig radios because they were advertisers in the book. So the rating they gave the Yardboy 400 might have been superior than the reality of what the radio is all about in performance. Brian Lee's the Pro 43 was a lot of money back in the day. Oh, yes, it was expensive. It was extremely expensive. I remember someone telling me, back in the day that I was not living in the same world as he was. And I said, why? He said, you got a radio that costs $400 in your hand, as if it's nothing, when I have problems paying my rent. And I'm like, yeah, but like, okay, I'm not going to go there. But it's true. You think about it, the money we invested in radios and stuff. So, Lager that, it was a Yacht Boy Platinum Traveler, was a smaller version of the YB400. Right, these are Pro 43 in today's money might be tickling the $1,000 range. Yep. It's probably the reason why it's so good. I mean, they put the money in it to make it perform absolutely fantastic. Moses, what do you think about the new quota send? Well, it looks interesting, but I don't have an opinion since I've not tried it. But it looks interesting, definitely. Keeger says later on I got the identical Ethon Elite Field in 2021 from Radio Shack in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And so KW61 says, if they say hello to you, they're watching you. GMAC, nice to have you here. A Pro 89 on eBay for $30. What is the Pro 89 look like? Pro 89. Pro 89 scanner. 200 channel, 800 megahertz. Oh, look at that. I've never... It looks nice. Oh, it looks like my Pro 92. It has a very similar Pro 92-ish look to it. Which is kind of interesting. Triple conversion. Hyperscan. Pretty interesting. I don't remember that one, or seeing that one in the store. It's pretty interesting. Paul Stringer called himself an armchair spy. I mean, what you could hear back in the day was just amazing. Take care, Blogger Die. See you next week. Big Chill, nice to have you on board from New Mexico. 9,000 feet elevation. Pretty cool. And so, yeah, there's so much that we could hear back in the day. And these radios are amazing. So, I still bring it with me out to do little things, and there's still a lot of stuff. I need to bring it out and scan a little more. Tubruk Tim, watch a video that said vacuum tubes are a 3.3 billion industry. I thought they were extinct. Nope, because there's still niche markets for many of those. First of all, there's the audiophiles that just say that tube amplifiers sound way better than transistor amplifiers. So you get these $10, $12, $15,000 stereos with all tubes, and Guitar amps still use tubes. I have here a Marshall valve state. My Marshall valve state is a half solid state, half tube amplifier. Once again, because a lot of people say that the tubes sound better. So a lot of the music industry has amplifiers that use tubes, vacuum tubes. Then there's also vacuum tubes in places where, you know, uh, you would not expect. When anything that has high power, you will have vacuum tubes in. So because transistors have a hard time coping with really high power and heat. So tubes are always used for different things like that. So that is, these are examples of vacuum tubes, and there's, yes, definitely a lot of vacuum tubes still being produced for those modern purpose. There are still some use in it. You know, there's controversy on some side of things, like, you know, when somebody tells me, oh, my vacuum tube amplifier sounds so much better than transistor, I'm one of those skepticals. You know, I know a lot of electronics, and I'm like, but you know, it's everybody has its own take on it. Marvin Mott's overloaded vacuum tubes create melodious, even harmonics, where overloaded transistors create harsh or odd harmonics. Yeah, yeah, but you know, you could create a transistor circuit that could actually make the exact type of harmonics if you wanted. But you know, PVM, I did not think you could listen to cell phones. Yeah, for a long time. Today we can't anymore, PVM. But until about 2000 and when did they switch the analog phones out? I'm trying to remember that. Analog cell phone switch off. So switch. Yeah, we need to switch off year. We listened to. I was here and I could still listen. So in Canada, the end of analog cellular networks were shut down in the United States in February 2008, and in Canada, TELUS phased out their analog services completely at the end of 2008. There are still a few regional networks that went up to 2010. So until about 2008, 2009, you could still listen to smartphones, to not smartphones, sorry, cell phones, because they weren't smartphones. And I remember here listening to cell phones for a while before they switched off. And now it's impossible to listen to. But until, you know, I remember the first generation of cell phones. First generation of cell phones in the early 80s, you had these, so people would pick up their phone, they would call a, they would have a operator. They would have to give their number, like their kind of client number. Then when that would go through, they would give the line to the cell phone so that they could have the conversation. It was very, very complex because it was like, you pick up, you give your number, you give the phone number that you're going to call, and then they would put you on the conversation. And that was in the 150 megahertz range. I remember in the day, I could hear them in the 150 megahertz range. And then suddenly came the cell phone with the cell phone towers and everything, analog cell phones. And those were in the 800 megahertz range. And those you could listen to. I mean, how many nights I just let my scanner run, especially Friday and Saturday nights, let my scanner run and scan the different conversations that you would hear with people. It was just hilarious. And one of the first things that you notice is that people have really boring lives. But there were a few out of nowhere conversations that was like, whoa, okay. And you could hear them until 2008, 9, when they switched it off, which was sad, but it's life. It's life. Keegan DX there. The Ethon Grundig edition of Field BT is having glitches with band switching and the tuning knob after about 7.5 years of use. To unplug for a period a few times. It doesn't work. So, you know, these Ethon radios have serious flaws over time. Paul Stringer, U.S. Air Force still uses tube radios for the fact if we nuclear war, the bombs will melt the transistor radios. Yeah, it's mostly they're not going to melt, but they're going to we know that electromagnetic pulses from nuclear explosions destroy the outputs of the RF amplifiers of transistor radios, but that tube radios actually resist to that. DH1AO says you can mimic tubes in the audio range with DSPs, but high power analog circuits are tough. No, high power, this is where tubes are really, really king. Were those full duplex or you can only hear one side of the call? It depended on which side of the tower that you got the conversation. So there were some that were only, you'd hear only the one on the phone. But you had another frequency, which the one was the frequency was going to the phone. That one had both conversations. So you could hear both sides on those frequencies. So what I'd do is I'd scan. When I'd hear only one side, I'd just press the scan button to move to the next one. And then you'd fall on, at some point, you'd fall on one that you hear the both conversations. So you could hear both conversations depending on what frequency you were listening. If you were listening to the cell phone itself and going to the tower, or you were going to the listening to the tower that's sending the signal back to the cell phone. When that was the case, when you were listening to the ones on the cell phone that's going to the phone, you would hear both sides when that would happen. I still remember going with a friend for a walk, and I'd bring my Pro 43 with me, and we would go to and we were walking and going to a park not far from here, where the Ukrainian festival used to be, and we're in the park listening to cordless phones, and there's a girl that's sitting outside on the balcony, and she sees us, and we're listening to her talking on her cordless phone, and she stops and she says to her friend, "There's two guys in the park on the other side of the street. They have a walkie-talkie in their hand." And in my head, it was like, "No, it's not a walkie-talkie. We're listening to you, baby." Oh man, it was just was just so interesting to go around. I had I purchased those was it 3 channels? If you guys remember, Radio Shack had um, these um, headsets that you could wear. There was just only one cuff for the ear, and they were activated wirelessly. You could just talk, and they were 49 megahertz um, kind of walkie talkies where you could. So I used that when I did a lot of biking. I would have a pair because when I would go out with some friends biking, so we can talk while we're on the bikes and the bike paths, we each had one of those and we would talk. But the problem with those was that they were stuck on the frequencies of the cordless phones or baby monitors. So it was so annoying sometimes because we would go on the bike path and we'd start hearing tons of conversations of people or baby monitors. And if we'd get too far from each other, sometimes they were so strong we couldn't actually talk to each other. But one day it was so funny because we were in a place real close. The guy was talking on the phone and was very, very, very loud. So I said, hello. And the guy on the phone says, did you just say hello? And my signal, I was probably very close. My signal was so strong that it overpowered his cordless phone, and he could actually hear me. It was like this. That was the funniest part. I was like, oh boy, okay. It's just so funny. What I particularly enjoyed, you know, for the fun of hearing humans, you know, trying to pick up chicks was cell phones on Saturday nights, Friday nights, on those lines where they were trying to pick up. And I was like, yeah, I'm John. I'm 6'2". I enjoy the theater and I enjoy having a beer with friends. I like to go hiking at weekends and having fun. And so it's like, yeah, okay, I'm Jenny. And, well, I also like to go hiking and I like to go out at restaurants and blah, blah, blah. And it was like the back and forth conversations you'd hear, which were like totally the most funny thing. That was part of the funniest things I've heard on cell phones. It was like those pickup lines, those 900 numbers. You've got a message. Hi, my name is Jenny. Your profile looks super interesting. Why don't you come back to me? That sounded exactly like that, and it's just so crazy. Oh yeah, Kenneth, the ship to shore conversations were very interesting, and that was cool. Also, knowing that you were listening to, somebody on a boat making a phone call. What was the those um what's funny on those was trying to find a conversation that you understood the language because you were hearing literally people on ships that spoke different language from different countries. But that was a lot of fun too. Those were really, really nice. That was like the precursor to listening to cell phones and cordless phones. We would be on, shortwave and listen the to the different conversations going on with ship to shore. That was great. Fostering, when I was in New Zealand, I was listening to the cell phones on Tuesdays, and the guys and gals would break up. On Saturdays, would make up. Oh man, good old days. Brian Leisner did actually listen to cell phones. Yeah, of course. There's some interesting stuff in there. RJ Dakota. Back in the day, I used to listen to a lot of the ship to shore. Yep, that was pretty cool. Those ended up on the radio. I was just too young. Yep. Back in the day, those cell phones, they weren't encrypted or anything. As long as you had the correct scanner radio, you could hear all the conversations going on. I mean, we heard. I told you guys where I lived, the street where I lived before. I was next to a bar that was known to be a very sleazy bar with drugs and all, and that I was hearing all of these transactions on cell phones of all of these drug dealers, and I was like, dang, all right, because I was living next to it. I was listening to the tower that their phones were connected on. So I could hear all of those things happening. That was something. That was something. I heard popular artists from here that while they were probably driving and passing by not far from where I live, having conversations with their agents. I heard all sorts of things that were crazy. And then and there was a cordless phones when everybody had a cordless phone, and pretty much everyone had an analog one because they were the cheapest, and people didn't know. I mean, if you weren't a scanner radio guy, honestly, I'm not sure that most people knew that they could be listened to. I don't think people realized you could hear a conversation. Only us that were in the radio and buying scanner radios knew that we could listen to those. So, and baby monitors. Don't get me on that. I mean, those are open microphones in your home. Brian Leesner, there's an open research going on right now for a vacuum tube like transistor. Electrons travel faster in a vacuum than solids, and vacuum channels coupled with semiconductors material could very well be the next tubes. Two Broke Tim, does anyone still use 2 meters? It's a little quiet, but there's still some activity here in Montreal. There's a couple nets. There's maybe one or two repeaters that, if you listen in a little bit, you'll hear. But compared to the 80s or 90s, there's a lot less activity on 2 meters than there is today. Today there's I think I said it backwards. There's a lot of less activity today than there were 20 or 30 years ago. 2 meters is rather quiet now. But there's I think 2 or 3 nets. There's a couple of digital nets. Like I listened to one which is a D-Star net on my ICOM ICR30 that can decode that. But yeah, it's not the same. Definitely not the same. Back in when I got my Pro 43 example, 1994-5, I could scan the 2 meter band, and there was almost always somebody having a conversation. Today, if it's not time for a net, it's awfully quiet. DH1AO, it was so easy to detune any standard radio to listen to the police. All tuning capacitors were built the same. Old radios, anybody recorded those conversations to cassette? Oh, I'm sure some people did. But I've never done it. Here we had a rule because old radios, you don't know that there was a time where there were no rules and all radios could listen to anything. And then we came to a time where the United States decided to do a rule that we would block cell phones off of scanners, cell phone frequencies, cordless phone frequencies. So scanners sold in the US had to meet a minimum criteria where it's impossible to hear those conversations. Here in Canada, we had the same type of hearing, but the government here in Canada was different in its decision. It decided that it's not to, the listener to have their radios blocked because we can hear conversations on cell frequencies. The law was just make the cell frequencies encrypted so that nobody can hear them. So the law just said you're allowed to own a radio, you're allowed to listen to them, but the rule was you were not allowed to talk to anybody about what you heard on your radio. So this was the rule that was made here in Canada. And the other rule we have in Canada right now is you can listen to a digital signal to anything that can be decoded with standard capacity, whatever. If it's encrypted, that's where it becomes illegal to listen to it. So an example, if someone would come out with the scanner radio that has all it takes to decipher the cell phones today and have you listen to the conversation, that is illegal because you are listening to encrypted signals that are not meant for the general public. So that would be illegal to do so. That's why these scanners don't exist, basically. Because if it was not for that law, it's obvious that somebody would have done a scanner radio that you can decode, cell phones today. On 49, that's the thing, Tosin Love. You were listening on 49. You have to listen on 46 to hear both sides. So the way a cordless phone worked is that the handset would actually send that conversation you were talking to on the 49 megahertz range. But your base station was sending it to your headset on 46 megahertz. So if you wanted to hear both sides, you had to listen to 46. The base station was where you had to listen to. It was both conversations. On 49, all you had was the handset of the person talking. And on 800 megahertz, it was split half. Half of it was, once again, the handset to the tower. Half of it was the tower to the handset. To hear both, you had to have the tower to the handset. That's how you would hear both conversations. So you had to find the proper range. If you were listening to 870 to 880, most of the time you were listening just to the handset side, one voice. When you were listening to 870 to 879 to 880 to 890, that was the tower side. To the headset, that had the two voices on it. So that was a tricky thing that you had to do, is like, okay, here's where both conversations are going on. Paul Stringer, the Mars transmissions were entertaining. One guy would talk to his wife. 2 minutes later, oops, let me just go back. He would be calling his girlfriend. Oh, there are so many things. Marvin Mott's, one of the things that's interesting about listening to cordless phones, when I got my first scanner and we started hearing the cordless phones of the neighbors, there was this rumor, and I was, I could hear my parents talk about it from time to time. So when you're a teenager, you're not stupid. You hear your parents talk about stuff. So, basically what was the case is that I was about 15 and I learned that the lady on the other side of the street was kind of a slut, and she would sleep with every guy, and she was married and had kids, but she would sleep with every guy almost every guy she met. And so there was rumors of, that happening. But I personally, I didn't look at the window just to see if different guys were going there. I didn't really care. But when cordless phones and my first scanner, that's where I actually learned, well, yeah, okay, the rumors are true. Because I was listening to the recorded phone, and in the morning, around 8:15 in the morning, I'd see her husband get in the car, as I was listening to shortwave most of the time, but I was listening to the scanner radio that morning. And as her husband drove away, she gets on the phone, she calls a guy and says, "Okay, you can come over. My husband's gone." And I was like, "Oh, look at that. She is a slut." Things like that, it's kind of funny. It's like, it's like the guy when I moved here. The first year I moved here, a guy on his phone, his friend calls, says, "Hey, do you have the $500 I loaned you? I'd like it back." And he says, "Oh yeah, sure. Come and pick it up." And so he says, "Can I go now?" And he says, "Oh no, I'm leaving. But what I could do is I put it in my mailbox in an envelope." So $500. Imagine. So I'm listening to that, and the guy says, "Oh, I forgot your address. What's your address?" And he gives out the address. And I'm like, wow, I could now go take a walk in a few minutes when he's gone and do a quick $500. If I was a crooked guy, I could just go and, oh, nobody would know. I was like, okay. Skinology is happy with his Galaxy S21 FE. My only problem is the phone is bootloader is locked with no way to unlock. Oh, you can't install APKs. Yeah. Tosalov. I think it's nearly impossible to listen to this all now unless you have a cryptographic key. Yeah, there was a group that actually did do it, but the doing it was so complex. Required you to have a computer with your radios all the time. It was so complex that no one will do that. But they had succeeded in actually getting the conversation on the modern smartphones and cell phones today. Close enough. I probably didn't ever try to listen to 46. I guess that's why I never heard both sides. Yep. It was simply listening to the base station instead of listening. Because if you're on 49, you were listening to the handset. And there you could hear only the person on the handset. Cheater, pumpkin heater. Yeah. Oh, man. It's also enough. On 800, the frequency would jump to another channel after a minute or so. Well, one of the things that would happen with that on cell phones is that if the cell phone was used in a home, what would happen is that the tower was always the same. But if the cell phone was used in a car, well, as the car moves, there would be frequency hopping. The conversation would move to another tower, would switch frequency to an available channel. So you would lose the conversation at some point by doing that. Sometimes, if you were lucky, it would hop. And that happened quite a few times in when I was listening. It would hop and continue on the same frequency, and it was like, oh God, thank you. It continues on the same frequency. J Projects, thank you so much for your donation. It is much appreciated. And don't forget, guys, if you don't want me to be, skin and bones, all small and no energy, there's the chicken and cat treats that can also be on PayPal, on this email. And thank you so much, guys, for your donations. They are really helping out and keeping this going every single week. So yeah, oh man, that was fun times. There were so many things, and not counting, like we were saying, when I got into shortwave back in the day, satellite phones didn't really exist. So on a boat, anybody that wanted to make a phone conversation, they needed to call home. If you're in the middle of the ocean, it was a ship to shore conversation. So basically, they would call, they would be on shortwave. The connection would be on shortwave from the ship to a marine station on shore, and they would make the link to wherever you're calling. And you would have tons and tons of conversations like that on different languages on the marine bands back in the day. Here in Quebec, we had something that was called Radio Alma. People that would go out to wooded area with like going fishing up north where there's just nothing, no phones work, nothing works. We had a phone service that was maintained by Bell for a long time, and that had the antennas in Alma, which is in the Saguenay region of Quebec. So basically, these guys had radios with them, and they would call the Bell Radio Alma service to say, call their wives at home, see if everything is all right. And so that was on shortwave. That was on the 5 megahertz range on shortwave, 3 megahertz range also. I heard so many frequencies. So they would just call in, make a conversation. So what they would do is they would call the operator with the radio. The operator would answer. They would give the phone number that they were going to call. Operator did the phone number and then patched the conversation through shortwave, through HF with the radios. And they would have their phone call. Every time that one of the two would end their conversation, their whatever they had to say over, so that the other one knows that it's her turn or his turn to talk. And that went long time. I haven't heard anything like that recently, but I've heard some of those here, and I should maybe scan, because what happened is I realized that when Radio Alma service was there, they would actually have the conversations going through the Bell service. But later on, there was no more Bell service in it. It seemed to be like two people with a radio that would communicate in the 5 or 3 megahertz range. And I was curious about that. It's like, okay, that's interesting. It's as if two people have the same radios, and can actually make a contact together. But I haven't heard anything in that range with any Alma radio, any radio, bush radio thing in quite a few years now, honestly. Yeah, I know there's something, but you know what? I actually cleaned it. There's something weird happening with. I'm just gonna do a little something here. Sorry, guys. Try that. See if it fixes anything. But I'm not sure it will fix any. I think there's a spot that something's weird on the camera. And I just noticed the camera is burning hot. But man, there was that was another service that we could hear, and it was kind of interesting to listen to. DH1AO on the C-band, the phone number was audible, has multi-tone signals. If you're keen on who was called, it was easy to find out. Marvin Botts, the American Radio Relay League, started out as a call service for non-amateurs. Oh. Skidology, I think there might be some ground. Okay, well, I don't know if it's still there, but I think there's something maybe happening. Something weird. Kenneth KW61 says, made many of Mars calls like that in the 1980s. The operator was in Nebraska. So, there were so many things to listen to back then. And the conversations of, I'm sure I missed tons and tons of things just because I didn't have the knowledge and maybe didn't have the best radio for all of it. The DX302 was my main radio for, you can complain. I say it all the time. We can always complain about the radio we have. But at the same time, we have to understand that that's the radio we have. And we got to make the best out of it. Not everybody's, in the same place where you got, 17, 25, 40 radios where you can choose. So, Dustin, well, that camera is always hot. I know it comes hot when it's actually working. It's always been like that. So it's interesting to see what's out there, and I'm sure that also today we have to work on, there are things that are gone, absolutely, but there are a lot of things that are out there that nobody knows about. This is where the noise that we have is a big problem, because I'm sure that if we could right now just remove all the background noise, leave it to the lowest level that we could have, like it was in the 70s or 60s and 80s, we would find ourselves listening to a very different world of shortwave radio, where we would learn that, look at that, there's things that I didn't know existed. They're just washed out in the noise, so you don't see them on the display, basically. Free to choose, didn't some ham radio clubs have phone patch service? Yes. Some ham clubs, if you were a member of their clubs, you could get on a repeater on 2 meters, and you could actually make a phone call to anyone. Definitely, for a long time, that existed as a service for amateur radio when cell phones weren't really a thing, basically. That lasted for a long time. I've heard so many phone patches on the amateur bands. Absolutely. Ryan Gass, I got into learning about how long distance calling works in the 40s. Pre-transatlantic cables. They used to patch the calls transatlantic New York to London via shortwave. Yep. For a long time, that's how you did it. Then they had the cables put up in the ocean on the ocean floor, which really, changed things. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, that's possible. But I noticed that, yeah, here seems to be a spot that's kind of weird. If I move the camera like this, I don't know if it fixes anything. Maybe that fixes a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yep. That they use single sideband. Absolutely, single sideband. That was something. Man, I would like to go back. You know what? If we had the time machine to go, imagine going further back than where we were listening. I started listening in 1982. I've lived through some of the best shortwave times, obviously. But sometimes I'm like, a time machine, and I would say, bring me to 1950 with a shortwave radio, especially not just a shortwave radio. Bringing me to 1950 with an SDR, my SDR play device or whatever. And I want to see what's on the bands. Can you imagine all the things that were out there? Shortwave was full, jam-packed everywhere. Utilities, international broadcasts, there was just no space anywhere because there's so many signals back in the day. DH1AO says in the hacker community, the number 2600 was famous because of Wozniak's blue box, which used 2600 for initiating long distance phone calls for free. Yeah. I remember that when that worked, you could just record the tones on a cassette tape, and if you had a way to play it back, you could so let's put my face in the bulb reflection. So you could use that recording and initiate any conversations. And a fun little fact is when that was possible, my brother had a friend of his that was going around the world back in the 80s. And he would call maybe once a month, where he would, explain where he was around the world and talk with my brother for an hour or two. I mean, remember, in the 80s, a conversation on long distance, especially overseas, was very expensive. So he would call and he would talk for 1 hour or two. And one day we get a call from the phone company. Phone company calls and says, "You have been getting calls from overseas. We would like to know if you know that person, where he lives, or because we have questions for him." It was obvious that he was using that trick and that he was doing free long distance calls by hacking into the phone system with those tones in the different countries where he was going. But it's like, well, we don't know. He's around the world. We have no idea where he is at any given moment. So the phone company was really wanted to know where that guy was, because it was like, okay, but we're being scammed of, I don't know how it worked in the day, but I would guess maybe some foreign long distance company would ask Bell for an amount of money because of a conversation that went through. I guess that's the way it probably worked, because everybody wanted money. So I would guess, oh, you would talk 2 hours from the Philippines. We want our money. And so probably they were, kind of being told, well, we want our money. And Bell was like, okay, but we don't understand because we don't have any records of anything. But they knew they would call that person was calling our phone number. So it's like, okay, but we need to know what that person, where's that person? Who is that person? It's kind of interesting. Paul Stringer. Robert Varner says, I started listening in 67. I'm old. I wasn't born in 67. I was 2 years away from it. But yeah, Paul Stringer, absolutely. It's actually part of the theory of time travel, because we know time travel forward is possible if you have the energy and the possibility to do it, and go at close to the speed of light. If I would go to this close to the speed of light, like for 1 minute, maybe 1,000 years would have passed here on Earth, but I'd still be this age, and for me, time would be different. So we know we can go forward, but that is one of the things that they say that why time travel can never exist, because if you go back in time and disrupt the whole sequence of things, well, your future isn't the same anymore. We see it in Back to the Future when Biff finds that book of bets and he starts betting on the sports stuff, and it changes the whole future. So they're kind of saying that maybe that's why it ain't possible to go back in time, because you would change things that would just, you know, be a big problem? Um, Close enough. I guess they could just find where someone was back then. Yeah, they probably know where the conversation was, but since the guy didn't have a fixed address, because that's the thing, that guy was a traveler. He didn't have a fixed address, and if he called from one of those phone booths that is outside somewhere, you can't trace anybody back. You know. Close enough. I'm going for it in time usually. Usually. So sometimes it doesn't happen. We all go for it in time. It's just that depending on the speed we're going, it's all different. Yeah, Shortwave Dan, make like a tree and get out of here. Let's make like a tree and leave. Oh man. So we all Dan, born in 70, discovered shortwave in 83. So we're pretty close. I was born in 69 and discovered shortwave in 82. So that's pretty close. It's pretty close. So, this is something that, when you go back, I remember when I was going to my sister's, um, I had a DX100 and, you, would, I would go to my sister's house, and my sister that died, for you guys that didn't know, died, pretty young in, 2011 at, age 55. Um, we would go to her place back in the day, and would bring my, DX100, and when she was a ham operator, and when she wouldn't do any ham, when we were there, she wouldn't do any ham stuff. So, my parents, her and her, partner, and, my parents would play cards and stuff. And I would always ask her, I said, can I go and tune your, she had a Yaesu, I think it's a Yaesu FT101, if I remember well, in 19, so you guys can maybe help me with that. So we're in 1980. Put yourself in 1982. Okay, I got a DX100. And I think it's a Yaesu FT101. I know it's a Yaesu, that's for sure. It has a digital display. I know that. And we're in 1982, and that's her ham gear, and I think it's a hefty 101. And so I would go down the basement where she had the shack done, and I would tune around the ham bands. What killed me back in the day was I was tuning the ham bands, but why doesn't this radio freaking do the international broadcast band? Why doesn't this radio do all the frequency range of shortwave? Because that's what was a lot of the time in the and back in the day. Ham gear for a long time was just focused on the ham bands and didn't have the rest of the shortwave bands. And that's like, why? If you have the ham bands, you can do everywhere. Just leave it open. Just leave it open. So, anyways, I would tune the ham bands because that was the only thing that I could tune on that radio. But I had a lot of fun. I was like, and she was doing only CW. I remember she had that keyer in front of my face. I would be on the radio, and that keyer was just here. It's like those automatic keyers that you just like, go left, right for dots and dashes. And she was doing just CW back in the day. And she did a lot of contacts. Sometimes she'd call me up and say, hey, want to try and catch me in Montreal, this is the frequency where I am, and I would just tune their frequency, and I could hear a CW signal, which was so cool, basically. Oh, definitely modern mods. I am totally in sync with that. What you just said. Time does speed up as you get older, and it's not fun. It's not fun. I was watching a thing on YouTube the other day with what's her name? It's it was an interview with, oh darn, what's her name? Um God, I'm trying to remember. So she's famous. She's old. She's like 80 years old now or something. Anyways, so she's on this talk show, and in the first few phrases, the guy says, "Oh, we're 77," and the audience starts applauding. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And she's like, "Oh, shush. You know what? It sucks." I was like, okay. And it's like, it's not fun, and I don't want to be older. Keegan, born in 1996. You know, there's one part that is sad of those that are younger. Hey, JJ Endo, nice to have you here. Speaking of ham and time travel, I loved when the time travelers called into Coast to Coast. You know, Coast to Coast was one of those things where, you know, it's often going into conversations, whereas, you know, depending on your beliefs, it goes into weird places. But, you know, it's entertaining. You're just listening to it. And it's one of those like nighttime things that you just, you know, you listen in the dark or something. It's like, you know, I remember, like I told you guys, I still remember one night when I was up north with a friend of mine, and we're going back to the shack in La Conception, Quebec. And, you know, the road we're on, there's nobody. It's pine trees on each side, tall pine trees. There's nothing. And the sky is super clear. And the radio's on. And it's one of those shows. And they're talking about UFOs and extraterrestrial, you know, people that got, you know, kidnapped by aliens. And I'm like, wow, this is the perfect setting. Trees, nobody around, small road. Come on down. We're ready. We're ready. We're exactly in the correct place for being kidnapped by aliens. But it you know, the feel that it gives you and everything, there's something about it that's kind of, you know, whether you believe and believe not, whatever, it's just funny. Oh man. As the real Dan, FTE 101 was a great radio for its time. As well, Dan, lots of ham rigs back then did not cover general coverage frequencies, just the ham bands. Yep, absolutely. So Cosmic Lettuce is getting younger. That's what you get for being a Cosmic Lettuce. It just goes back in time now. You know, I just can't believe that I'm 57. So every time somebody's like, "Yeah, I'm 57," I feel like I'm a teenager in my head. My joke that I say all the time is I don't have the mental age to go into a bar, but yet my body is telling me you're an old guy, right? Be You're really an old guy. And there's a Twilight Zone episode about seeing into the future. Yeah, it's that movie. What's the name of that movie where that guy, when he touches the hand of somebody, sees his future? and he touches the hand of the president, and he sees that the president is about to launch a nuclear bombs, and he has to warn everybody that the president is about to what was that? What was that? I remember that movie, which actually was I found it to be so good back in the day. Yeah, phone booths are hard to find, Kenneth, today. Absolutely. Think the browser's gonna crash. Browser's gonna crash because I can't control the. Eesh, it's hard. JJ Ando, I'm halfway at the age both my grandpas died. GMAC, Yasu FT101 EESSB, radio transceiver tested, works nice, preamp, only eBay, $399.96. Wow. Marvin Mott's having to beat up old car and keeping it. Whoa. Okay. Running it past due its date is good training for old age. Toslov, it's weird how you can see back in time, telescopes, but not into the future. Yep. Yep. Article Squadron, when people ask me how old I am, it freaks them out because I look like I am in my early 30s, but I'm actually 59. Yeah, when I shave, when I don't have all that big white beard here and I shave like at least close, I'm 57, but people are like, "Oh, you're what, 40?" I mean, my hair isn't white, and I don't put any color in it. People say, "Oh, you color your hair." No, I don't, and it doesn't have white in it. But so what happens is when I go somewhere and like my beard is trimmed, people are like, "Oh, you're in your 40s?" Huh? Yeah, 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 yeah. No, like, no, I'm 57. And they're all like, whoa, okay. I remember my doctor that I had before, when I got 50, I went to see to my annual checkup. And my doctor didn't do a lot of tests that he should have done. And I always wondered why. And I understood when one day I went for a checkup and was 50 years old, and he said, "You're 50?" And I said, "Yeah." Do you put creams to keep your face or no? Do I look like a guy that puts creams to keep, you know, the no, I'm not that type of guy. And so he was like, okay, I can't believe it. And of course, the next thing that he said is, bend over, you'll have a prostate check. um, you know what? I haven't watched Frequency. I need to check that. I haven't watched Frequency. I like Contact a lot with Jodie Foster. I need to check Frequency. Outer Limits from the 60s is also fun. Yep. Hey, Bob from Wick. Nice to have you here. Paul Stringer, I'm 66 and people think I'm 50. I'll tell them 39. My name is Jack. You know, there's an interesting, when we talk about our age and how people feel about what we look like, what age they give us, there was an interesting series of photos posted on a website showing what 50 years old looks like in 1940, 1950, 1960, up to today. And one of the first things you notice before 1980 ish, even 1990, at 50, you look like you're 75. They all look old, and it's probably the way they dress. I don't know, but they all look old. Then suddenly there's a switch as we're going into the 80s, 90s, 2000s. A 50-year-old man does not look old like in 1970. And there's part of it what we wear, the way we act, maybe the way we just, take care of each what do we do. But it's striking because you're like, wow, he's 40 years old in 1960. He looks like he's 65. It's like it all reversed. Bob from Wick, lots of telephone booths in the UK have been converted to house defibrillators. Oh, really? Ozark Chief, the series 11/22/63 is about going back to time. Pretty interesting show. Oh, Dead Zone with Chris Malkin. Dead Zone. Thank you, Nissen Greenwich. Nice to have you here. Dead Zone. That was that movie. Oh, man. Old radios. Imagine. Instead of my DX100 or my DX302, I had a Texan S2200X when I started in 1982. Dang, I would have heard so much more. So that's the thing, Toast and Love. I will shave to go back in time. Cosmic Lettuce says, beard hair runs out of ink before Ed hair. Old radio's not looking forward to that in 10 years, huh? Don't tell me what's going to be in 10 years. Theology, I'm 22 and I still sound like I did when I was 14, 15. I have a high-pitched voice. This voice I had when I was 13, 14 years old. I remember going into French class, and there was this girl that a friend of mine had said that she was like, an easygoing girl. And so, first day in class, the teacher is calling our names so we can, say, yeah, we're here. And I said, so she calls my name, says, yep. And she's next to me, and she turns around, she says, oh, wow. What a deep, masculine, sexy voice that is. I'm like, yeah, okay. No, not interested. Sorry. It was like, but I had a couple of friends actually tell me they were a little, they were kind of annoyed because they were saying, we want to have your voice and we have these high-pitched, whiny voices. And I'm like, it's fine. No, you don't understand. Your voice is like, you command something. You're saying something. You're a guy. I said, well, I don't know. It's like, it's the way I'm born. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Radical Squadron. The older you get, the more random error codes show up. Old radios, Archie, and all in the family is supposed to be late 40s, early 50s. Yeah, and he looks like an old man. I mean, JJ Ando, everybody smoked and didn't drink water. Yeah, I don't know. PH1AO, yes, 2 times cancer when I was 55 up to now 63. KW61 says, when I went to the doctor and heard him call my elderly to call my elderly to the nurse. How dare he? My there was a bar that I went to one day, and I asked for a beer, and the girl, the barmaid, was like, I don't know, 21, and she says, "Here you go, mister." And like, okay. I was like, okay, thank you, ma'am. And she says, I don't like being called ma'am. I don't like being called mister. Bob from Wick, I'm 49 with pure white hair. I get mistaken for much older. I tell them I've just had a hard life. So 49. Yeah, yeah, I know. Some people are like that. Some people are just like, it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to remember my father's hair. And I don't know. I always joke to everybody because everybody's like, wow, you color your hair? No, I don't. Your beard is. Yeah. I was just going to tell you one thing. Don't ask any questions. It's wider as you go down. And they're all like, oh, okay. I'm not joking. It's wider as you go down. So you have your own image of that. Fostering, remember back in 76, Big John found the fountain of Ute. Has no control going from a 40-man down. Oh, man. Old radios. Yeah, I sound like I did in 2005, 6. Yeah, I know. Everybody tells me that. Actually, the neighbors that used to live here in last year, when they moved, we finally talked a little. And first thing that the one of them said is they were a nice little couple. And first thing that the guy said is, do you do radio in there? Because my girlfriend says with the voice you have, when you're talking, we hear you across the wall. She's sure you're doing a radio show. You're a radio guy. Because that voice is radio. And I'm like, yeah, well, not exactly, but close. I do YouTube live shows and stuff. And he said, because you really got a radio voice. I know. SWL Dan, a nice cigar and a bourbon will give you a nice manly voice. Brock from Wick says, yes, your voice is very soothing. Mike B, I started feeling old when young girls started calling me sir. Yeah, exactly. That's old radios have increasing amounts of gray at 36. I guess a lot of it is genetics. Your genes are there. It's like we don't all grow white or gray hair at the same time. WL10, I used to hate getting asked for 9D when I would buy at the beer store. Now it makes my day when they ask. I did a joke last time I went to the local liquor store. There was a young guy in front of me, and the guy asked for his ID, and I got there and it said, "So you're not going to ask for my ID?" Kenneth says, "Until I grew my beard, I thought several people were older than me." Oh man. G-Max still got my teeth, all 3 of them. King of the Xer had gray hairs in my otherwise dark brown hair. Well, I guess that's also something that, my hair is kind of light colored, somewhat. So the white hair is probably more difficult to see. But when you have dark hair, that's where you see the white hair really fast. Mike B is better to have a voice for radio than a face for radio. Yeah. Keegan, maybe stressed lately. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I wonder if you're stressed out a lot in life, does it? I know that it actually breaks a lot of the genes and everything, and that there's like stress isn't great for your body. But I wonder if you know does it really impact the color of your beard or your hair? Are you going to be wider quicker because you've been stressed a lot in life? I'm the kind of guy that is stresses, but I'm kind of a stress dealer. I was like, I deal with my stress and I just like, okay, well, when we get to it, when we'll get there, I'll see what we can do. So I can't say that I've been hyper stressed in my life because there's not a lot of things that stress me. I mean, when I was out of job, a friend of mine is like the guy would like he wouldn't be there. One of my friends, it's like everything's got to be already planned and perfect. And so sometimes he would tell me, it's like, aren't you stressed that you don't have a job? I'll find a job. Yeah, but no, I don't think about that right now. I will be there at some point and I'll find a job. That's it, you know? But he was like, no, I'd be panicking all the time. And so, everybody's different on how they behave and how they feel. I was the guy that when I was 18, 19, I would go out to bars with a guy that was 16. We were working together in the same place. And he had a mustache and a small beard, which is something that was impossible for me at 16 and impossible at 20 because it wasn't there. My beard refused to get out. So I was clean, shaved, and every time we would go to a bar, um, which he shouldn't be in because it's 18 years old minimum here, I'd go to a bar, he'd go in, and they would be, I need your ID. I want to know if you're 18 every time. And I was like, oh, this pisses me off. He gets in there and I'm not. I got to have my ID. I don't know. Hey, Gabriel, my hair started turning gray when I was 22. Now I'm 62. I really love when younger people let me go into the bus first. Yeah, there are privileges. Absolutely. Absolutely. Brian Leansner, I went to a bar with friend. We were in our 30s, I think. They carded my friend, and I thought they were carding everyone. I reached for my ID, and not you, Grandpa. Oh, that's a bad one. That's such a bad one. Ouch. Oh, God. That's good, Keegan. You still look young. The H1AO, if you don't feel the stress, but it's there, things become weird. Usually relationship issues. Yeah. WL Dan, I'm 56 and still can't grow a full beard. A goatee, not a beard. Yeah, but I mean, I'm growing a beard, but I look at one of my friends that has a beard, and it's like, God, I'd love to have a beard like you freaking have. My beard looks like crap, you know? I don't know. It's the way it is. Unfortunately, we have no choice of how we grow up, and we got to deal with it. So, this time there should be a Radio Romania on. Yep, 11620 Radio Romania English. Very good signal tonight. Very good signal for Radio Romania in English. Kean says a few years ago that I had white hair in my beard, turned out to be dry toothpaste. Yeah, sometimes because I like to have a beard and all, and sometimes I look at people that have really beautiful beards, and I'm like, I'm jealous. I would like to have a beard like that. Why can't I have a beard like that? Because I have a voice like this. There must have been some kind of, negotiation going on. It's like, you want that voice? You can't have that beard. Brian Leesner, I keep a white goatee. I used to have brown hair. Law from Wick, must be hard to eat soup with a beard. Not necessarily, as long as you trim it correctly. But like right now, my mustache is like going into my mouth. So when I drink, something, it's like, yeah, there's tons of hair like trying to sip into my mouth. So I gotta shave this somewhat. But depending on when it's well trimmed, there's absolutely no problem in eating soup or anything. It's when when you see these guys with really thick mustaches. That's the problem. That is a soup problem. When it's really too bushy in the mustache area, that's the problem. Rob from like frothy beard. Yeah, pretty much. I don't remember what show it might be that I was watching. Oh, it's the same show I was talking earlier with oh man, what's her name? She was being interviewed, and she said, "As men," she really said in the interview, "As men get older, where does the hair grow? The ears and the nose." Oh man, yeah, it's air grows at places that you're like, what is this? You don't hear. I'm surprised on that one, Kenneth. You don't hear 11,620. Okay, 8414.5. That's Boston. I would bet that is Boston. USB 84145. Yeah, that's Boston. Boston Navtex. I probably can show you guys a decode of this by doing. I'm gonna bring up the SDR. I think it's gonna work. There we go, and there's BSD. 8, 4, 1, 5, 5. Upper sideband. There we go. Navtex transmission. So this is. You guys hear it there? Yeah, I guess there. Okay. It's not super strong here, but FLDG. Navtex. I don't know why it's not. Configuration. Need to configure. Sound card plus devices. Yeah. Why doesn't it receive? Oh, is this? It's gonna be switched to. We'll just do this here, and we're gonna do a different. Here's. Nice. So we're going to switch. So right now it's stuck in a RY. It's like in a pause, but it's in Spanish. So this must be the Argentine Navtex transmission. I think this is the L2C Argentina. I thought it could be. Oh, there's another one next to it. What's this showing up here? Oh, it's brief. So I think this might be the Argentinian L2C Navtex transmission on 8414.5, because it's all in Spanish. If you'd been Boston, Boston is always in English, and it might be a little later. I think Boston comes on later. So this is kind of interesting to hear those Navtex transmission there. Really interesting. So that is an interesting interesting little transmission going on there. But now it's like in a pause mode. So we got a little bit of Spanish decoded there. That's the same frequency where I listened to Iqaluit on at 0330 UTC, actually. It's one of the main frequencies for Navtex. So you got Boston, you got L2C Argentina, and you got Iqaluit. There's at least 3 stations on that frequency sending out Navtex marine bulletins. Ricky says 11620 just showing up as a faint line on my SDR. SWL Dan, Letterman must have one of those Homer Simpson's beards and grows immediately after shaving. Yeah. I got a couple of friends that are like that. It's like they just shave, and it's like they're opposite of me. They're going nuts because they shave, and it's like 6 hours later, it's already showing that the beard wants to get out. DH1AO, air grows on places you don't even know there's a place. Craig Martinetti says, Gilles, please do Moscow Nights. All right. We're going to close it up at the top of the hour. So we're at 4:40 right now. So I'll end it at 5 hours. And I'll end with Moscow Nights if you guys want it. Last time that I'm going to beg, remember, if you like what I do, Super Chat is here, and you can, of course, give a little donation through the Super Chat. Hey, I'm going to do Moscow Nights, my legendary Russian USSR Mario Moscow dance. How about it, guys? So super chat, and of course, chicken night and cat treats for Paul if you want to give a little something. It is much appreciated. It helps me tremendously, guys. You have no idea. And it's always an enormous pleasure to be here every Saturday with you guys. So this is going to be a special Moscow night for you. I missed the Russian codes today, so that'll make it a 4. So, yeah, there's a lot of these little Navtex transmissions that are kind of cool to tune around. Sorry, I just got an answer from an email. It was important, and I just looked at. Right now, on ID 6870, which often is Wolverine radio. But I don't think it is. So 6870. Oh, and the Wolverine is there on 6975. So there's a strong pirate 6870. That's a pretty good one. So 6870 unID'd. Wolverine is on 6975. Let's see how he's doing. We all know that song from Pink Floyd. So that's pretty good. Any other frequency? $69.30 AM mode, a very strong pirate on ID shortwave. So it's actually its name, UNID shortwave. So 6930 is very strong also. So we've got several pirates running right now. Wolverine 6975, very strong here. 6870, very strong here. And unID'd, UNID shortwave on 6930 AM mode, all coming in really well. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool to have all these pirates right now. So Keegan, I know that Pink Floyd song, Pop from Wet Fingers and Ears. That song always gets stuck in my head. Oh man, that was my introduction to Pink Floyd in '79 until my brother had his 8-track cassette of Wish You Were Here album, and I started playing that Wish You Were Here, or the very long intro to the first song, and I just got hooked to Pink Floyd. Brian Leesner, the AM Pirate sounds good, and it's my bandwidth settings, so pretty good. Kenneth says 6870 coming in 5.9, but 6975. No Joy in Tucson, Arizona. So pretty cool. So interesting. Quite a few pirates right now going on, all the bands. Old radios. First heard them from a CD commercial about them. Okay. So I remember putting that Shana, that Wish You Were Here 8-track cassette. For those that know what 8-track cassettes are, and listening to hearing that "Shine On You Crazy Diamond" intro, and I just got hooked. And it was interesting because it was very space agey, weird, long intro. And when I would listen to it, I would do astronomy back in the day. I had a telescope. And every time I'd look at the moon or the stars and I'd hear that intro, for me, Shine On You Crazy Diamond intro was very, space like. And so it was kind of interesting. Bob from Wick says listening to Pink Floyd backwards is supposed to be trippy. Keegan DeXer, my niece in Massachusetts has a cat named Floyd. Kenneth, remember seeing the Wall movie in 1980? Oh God, let's just say it's a you gotta be ready to watch that. For you to choose, 1980s rock is not Wolverine's usual format. Yeah, I'm actually used to listening to Wolverine. So 6930 just signed off apparently. I'm used to hearing like really old school style music. And you got to remember that Wolverine always has a theme for the songs he's playing. Kenneth, did your brother have the matchbook to keep the 8-track going? Oh man, he introduced me to several bands because he had 8-track cassette because my dad had a Sears stereo, and the Sears stereo could play 8-track cassettes back in the day. So I would listen to that, and I listened the 3 first album I listened to in my life with that 8-track cassette was Some Girls by the Rolling Stones, Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd, and Manfred Mann's Earth Band Solar Fire, which was an album that I just loved. I just went crazy on that album. I listened to it a million times. And I was 11, 12 years old at the time. So that's my introduction to music. So pretty interesting music from Wolverine Radio, definitely. Yep, just ID'd as Wolverine Radio. Don't forget, guys, get your SSTV decoding ready, because he always sends a slow scan television picture when he ends his broadcast, which actually represents the theme of the day usually. So keep your computers or devices ready. So we're going to key up Moscow Nights for the end. we can get close. There we go. And again, that ready. Yeah. The last couple of weeks have been lower. I think it's has to do with summer because there's a lot. There was a lot of. There was a lot of the views were mostly on. You know, 150 to 175. We sometimes went over 200. So, you know. Take care, Ricky. Always nice to have you here. Bebopper. Remember Telstar by British group, the Tornadoes, produced back in 62. Good instrumental. Pink Floyd was awesome. Brian Liesner, have to re-virtual wire my laptop. It was replaced last Wednesday. It has some strange audio hardware in it. False advertising. Where's the cat? Nevi299. He's sleeping in the living room. I know, he needs to make an appearance every time. We'll have to fix that. I'm actually trying to fix here where I could maybe put a chair where he's going to be happy to sleep next to me when I'm doing live shows. No, his signal is really, really, really strong. Pretty amazing. Craig Martinetti says, I saw Pink Floyd in concert years ago. I was outside, it rained. So lots of people around the field and got close to the stage, and me included. I saw Pink Floyd twice. I saw Pink Floyd when I was in college in May of 1987 at the Olympic Stadium here in Montreal. It was my first time. And I saw them when they came back with another tour in, was it 1993-ish? Something like that, 1993. Navy 39 keyword is making him happy. Good luck. Yep. Yeah, Telstar was interesting. That was it. It sounds very. You know, there's a few of these songs from the '60s that sound like. You know, you guys were going in, like we were exploring space and all of that, and they sound like so out there, modern, futuristic music. And it's kind of an interesting time for that. Take care, J.A. Dakota. Always nice to have you here. Always nice to have you here. So we're going to start the Moscow Nights moment, guys. I hope you had a lot of fun tonight. We had a lot of good times. We're almost at 5 hours live show. That's pretty good. And so we are going to do our little dance. Thanks, guys, for the donations. Thanks for all of you to being here tonight. Hope to see you again next week. I want you guys to stay safe. I love you all. And it's time to have fun. So here it goes, guys. I'm going to put it louder. Let's start this again. Take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. And see you soon.
Walmart Plus, l'abonnement qui réinvente la livraison en offrant gratuit.
Yeah. See you soon, guys. Love you all.